We'll get there when we get there. Shoutouts to the people who keep disliking this series because it really dampens my desire to keep doing it. Kind of a fantastic thing, actually. Not today, not tomorrow, but 8 days from today. The 26th, Thursday, marks 1 year since I started this run. 1 year. 1 whole year. We are this close to 1 complete year of running Longdeath. Now, I'm not much of a celebratory person. Like, I'm not very good at celebrating milestones like that. But should we do something special for Longdeath on the 1 year anniversary of Longdeath? Like, having 1 year anniversaries of completing a thing is a long period of time. I think looking at the dwarves, it currently looks like we're working on a bunch of cloth. Yeah, we're definitely putting together a bunch of cloth. I just did a big shipment of clothing. We just finished trading with the dwarves who are about to leave, which is why the frame rate's a little scummy right now because they're packing up. Go to the tavern and get drunk? I mean, there's still a pandemic going on. Unless you're talking about in the game, in which case, yeah, they're always doing that. So, you know, that's like a never-ending thing. Anniversary marathon? Maybe. Problem is like, September's coming, right? And Twitch always does some sort of sub deal, so it's like doing like a subathon would probably be a bad idea because that's probably the sort of thing everybody's going to be doing like 5 days later. So I don't know. Entire year of Longdeath, yeah. In 1 whole year of playing the same fort, we've gone from year 5 to year 291, more or less. Have Blind IRL interview me about my progress and the goal of you, so I interview myself. You know, I've done a few interviews on YouTube. I don't think I've done enough interviews that we've reached, like, peak meta where anyone would give a shit if I did a parody interview where I interviewed myself. Winditar's been a problem dwarf who's been tantruming kind of on and off for the past little bit. We've got a few dwarves that have been problems. Explore my fort in Stone Sense? No, because I hate Stone Sense and I don't think it looks that good. Other people are welcome to do that, though. I shared this save file every 100 years, so when we hit year 300, have Tarn interview me. When we hit year 300, I wouldn't waste Tarn's time with such a thing. when we hit year 300, I'll release the save file. Well, 305 technically. I'll release the save file again. And if you want to go through it yourself in Stone Sense, go nuts. But I have no interest in doing that. A memorial for the dead. What about all those statues that I already have? You know? And all these statues. Do you want to edit it? Diamond? Because if you want to edit it, go nuts. I don't feel like editing that because I know how long it would take. Exactly. Yeah, no, it's funny. There's a lot of things that people ask me to do on YouTube, and they're like, yo, can you do this? I'm like, well, you see, I already have to stream like 8 to 10 hours a day to make a living. So with what extra hours am I going to, you know, put together big compilation videos and stuff? It's like, yeah, I do videos sometimes. When I do those, it's 16-hour days every day for a week and a half. And I burn out doing them, which is why I'm kind of taking a brief break from interviews. I'm probably not going to do one for a month or two because I need a break. I mean, I guess I kind of did the one with Cornell just the other day on stream, but that was, you know, just talking with the dude on stream. Like, that was very little prep work, and I put no editing into that. Unlike most of the interviews that I do, where it's like, it's an extra 2 to 3 hours a night for a week. I don't know. Maybe. Animal. I don't know. I'm definitely not doing anything editing related. I need to do something. Maybe I'll just do like a 12-hour stream or something. Something doable, you know? Something that's like reasonable and actually achievable. Unlike so many things that people make requests of when I ask. Could fire off the ballistas on top of the tavern, but we need to do that when we hit year 305 anyway. This poor dwarf. I keep on hoping that this dwarf will just, like, snap out of it. I'm not really expecting them to at this point, though. Kind of thinking that that dwarf is gonna just keep tantruming. But anyway, the dwarves that are currently alive in the fortress are Pilot the Scoid, Abe Exendi, Stone, Jack Nerick Lafonda, Whitcode, Massive, Max, Evil Trick, Cleveneer, Vimamel, Free, Bastet, Orange, Nimesees, Clay is our mayor, Alien Slayer, Sethados, Costlord, Patchwork, Corvia Suede, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Windatar, who's very tantrumy, Kade, who's our king, Taurus, Ghost, Seeker, Cyrolac, who's also been kind of depressed, but not so tantrumy, Knowles, Bluewater, Peter, and then Neural, Animal, Prismatic Flux, Murfist, Hexwrench, Caveman Crafting, Jess, Wave, Depletion, Lumpy, Arch, Lake Bear, and Demonic, as well as Spitalier. Gremlin from Lair, still waiting. Alright, I'm just going to remind you, Animal, that this is a fortress about peace. So that doing that would go directly against the whole point of the fort. Also, there are no necromancer towers in this world. So one of those things is literally not possible. And then the second one would directly go against the long-term survivability and goals of the fortress. So I'm going to just simply state, I'm going to stop taking all suggestions because what's the point? Like I said, Windatar just went into a tantrum. But, you know, I was asking for, like, suggestions on things I could do for a stream and not things I could do in the fort, because I'm not going to take any of your suggestions for things I could do in the fort, because they're always going to be how about you just destroy the fort? That's a little counterproductive when you're trying to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. You know, it would also be, like, a waste of the last 2 years of my time. It feels like a year of my time, but... It's like, imagine you spend... Imagine you spend a year every day, Animal, working on a Minecraft save, and you're building this massive castle in Minecraft, right? You've been working on it, and you ask your friend, you're like, yo, I've been working on this thing for a year. What should I do to celebrate? And then your friend is like, delete it. That's kind of what you said. So, yeah, that would be a bit of a waste of my time. It's like, delete it all and start over and do it again. Yeah, no thanks. What are you trying, like, what do you mean by using it as fuel? Like, are you asking about using it as weapon? Or are you asking about using it, like, as part of, like, magma forges? Like, what do you mean by fuel? Because for magma forges, if you've discovered lava, they just appear as buildable. And then you just need to make lava forges, which I can show you how to do if that's what you're asking. Yeah, that's also the thing. Oh, it doesn't need to be a volcano, but once you see lava, just go to workshops and hit V for magma forge, or go to furnaces, and then you'll have your magma smelter, magma kiln. And then what you got to do is you need to have lava 1Z level beneath a layer, and then you just channel through the hole. So you'll just channel that out. Let's pause so I don't accidentally do this. But then if I go to magma forge, then once they dig that out, you'll just build it over top with the lava underneath like that. And it'll go green, and it would go red if it wouldn't be able to fill up. But you don't want the lava to bubble up and out. You just want it to fill that one layer. So fill that one layer beneath with lava, and then just place your forge right there on top of it, and you will have a magma forge once there's lava underneath. Although it won't work until there's, I think, 6 layers. 6 out of 7 stack of lava underneath. Possibly, but I'm really tired, so we'll see. You can blame the developer of Cogmine for making me 3 hours late for dinner. Unless I got to bed kind of late. But like I said yesterday, there are VODs on the YouTube channel. It's not a dumb question, but it is annoying. But it depends on how much energy I have by the time I'm done with this. Today's probably going to be a short stream, though. Definitely tomorrow, though. Like 1,000% tomorrow. Today's kind of a question mark. Yeah, it's just like water. Although, fortunately with lava can't have pressure, right? So, water, you have to worry about water pressure. Lava, you just have to worry about it touching your dwarfs. Because if lava touches your dwarf, then your dwarf immediately spontaneously turns into charcoal. But if you touch dwarf with water, they're fine. But the thing with water is water tends to like rush into things where lava doesn't do that so fast. It's a lot easier to just keep it slower. Also, Prozac, as a streamer, I really like when people, you know, tune in to say hi to me, not tune in to ask when a game is being played, right? So, stop by, say hi, ask how things are, ask if there's Cogmind. Then you'll get the most positive response instead of maybe a slightly sassy one. Dig down to lava is also so when you are more experienced, you. I mean, it's not when you're more experienced. It's when you have a higher tolerance for tedium. It's like anybody can do. Anybody can bring minecart. It's full of lava up from the basement, but you have to have a certain element of tedium tolerance to be able to do that. And literally, the only reason I never do that is because I just dislike the tedium. On the way I do it is I just pile up all of the ore that I want, and then just make a chute, and then just drop everything down to the layer where we're going to be smelting it, and then just send the dwarves down and make bedrooms underground for my dwarves underground. It's very convenient. I just simply move further down when it's time to go to the magma forges. Kind of like having magma forges deep underground. It doesn't make sense to have them up on the surface. Besides, who's going to carry lava up in a minecart when you could carry lava up in a bucket? Just need a really strong bucket with really strong handles. Also, El Duderino, I have a question. Because you say a 1.5 year noob. You mean you've been playing One Fortress for 1.5 years in-game, or you've been playing Dwarf Fortress for 1.5 years? So at that point, you're no longer a noob. There are magma men. There are firemen. Not to be confused with fire putter outer men, which the humans have. They have there's fire snakes. There's imps. There's magma crabs. I have a question though. El Duderino, can you make soap in Dwarf Fortress? Have you ever successfully made soap? Then you are an expert. If you have successfully made soap in Dwarf Fortress, you are a Dwarf Fortress expert, and don't ever let anybody take that away from you. Lava crabs are terrifying. They're basically boulders with weird hands on the bottom of them that they use as legs. So it's like a boulder with weird legs, and then they have a howitzer on top that shoots lava at you. I mean, they spit lava at you, but I imagine it's like a howitzer cannon on top. They're like that turtle Pokemon with the guns coming out of its thing, which I can never remember the name of. That Bulbasaur turns... I think Bulbasaur turns into it. Vinsati, thank you very much for chucking a sub at El Duderino. Cheers, man. That's the second money notification of the day. Cheers. Big cheers. Blastoise. Was that Blastoise? Well, that Blastoise was a different one. Nah, what I don't know. I don't know what I'm... I don't know anything about any of this. But thank you, Vin. And enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, El Duderino. And enjoy the dwarf flavored emotes. Ran out of beer, need refill. I didn't know you were a beer person. I was gonna say, I thought you didn't drink, Animal. Zathatos is telling a story. They really like telling this story about the Staney Hall, which is one of the first guilds that formed in the fort. Wishlisted nearly every game I showcased. Yeah, I have kind of an unusual repertoire, I suppose. Kind of an unusual repertoire. The question is, have you picked any of them up? And is there anything in particular you've had your eye on? Speaking of games that you may or may not want to wishlist, and games that I should probably stream at some point, I just got key for this. It's playing music. This is King Under the Mountain. This is definitely a developer that is trying to make RimWorld, but lol, it's Dwarf Fortress. And now the video doesn't want to load, and then they unmuted it again because Steam sucks. There we go. It's literally that. Like, you know exactly what that is when you look at it. I don't know if this game's going to be any good, but I kickstarted it a while ago. It was a cheap game to kickstart. It was like $15 to get the key, so I just did that. No idea if it's going to be any good, but here's a Steam page if you want to see it. It's not out on Steam until January 2022, so it's still a ways out. You know, I still wish that they could just tell me what those rumors were. I want to know what rumors you're telling me, Kavish. Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud is fantastic. Caves of Cud is held up by its writing, though. Like, out of all of the games that I play, I think Caves of Cud is probably the most frustrating. Well, no, Tome's probably the most frustrating. Tome is, like, the only roguelike that I actively play where it's, like, I will lose a run and just feel so cheated that I will just not play the game for 6 months. Tome is the only game that I play that's like that. Serious Fallout 1 vibes? I suppose. I don't know if that's what I'd attribute it to. People keep saying that Jupiter Hell looks like Caves of Cud, and that perplexes me. That really perplexes me. But yeah, no, stumbling on my YouTube channel is interesting because, like, it's not your normal it's not your mutter's YouTube channel, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the sort of channel that you will just naturally stumble into. You kind of need to be looking for it. Flabbergastening? What's flabbergastening? Kade's ended a mandate. Did I just screw up? Yep, I just screwed up. We had a thing that we needed to get done for the king and didn't get it done, so now we're putting Ghost in prison, who committed no crimes, but the king is blaming Ghost for their crimes. Sorry, Ghost, but you get to go to prison now. Whoops. I probably needed to make the king some ballista arrows and wasn't paying attention because I'd only just started the stream. Definitely hadn't checked yet. Whoops. Hey. Now, Axon, are you saying what? Because I was talking about Tome, or... Tome is like the most it breathes on you, you die roguelike that I play. And Tome is one of the few games that'll just like make me unnecessarily mad. Like, the last time I streamed Tome, I died by drowning because I wasn't looking at where I was walking, and I was just kind of walking, and I was walking one tile in water on the overworld and died of drowning. And I had put, like, I don't know, 7 or 8 hours into that run, and I was just so not thrilled with that run ending that way that I was just like, you know what? I'm just not going to play this for a while. Yeah, just not going to play this for a while. I haven't played it for a while. So Ghost is in prison for 112 days, my god. And you're humiliated. That's rough. Oh no, not that not that Jupiter Hell looks like Caves of Cud. It doesn't. I've heard a lot of people say that Jupiter Hell looks like Fallout 1 because of the camera angle. And El Duderino just said that Caves of Cud has serious Fallout 1 vibes. Jupiter Hell, the game that has still lost their overwhelmingly positive review score because some fucking numbskull left it a negative review because they got sticky keys, and Jupiter Hell thus broke their keyboard. They had overwhelmingly positive reviews. Also, Jupiter Hell has 662 reviews, and I've literally had this Steam page up since last night, and I've been refreshing, hoping that some more people will review it so that it gets up to 666 reviews. Lots of things are isometric. I mean, Jupiter Hell isn't actually isometric. It's like off-centered top-down cam. Although supposedly developers actually adding in a proper isometric camera. All right, Ghost. I really hope that she can hang in there and not be too humiliated. You have reviewed, otherwise you'd do it. Yeah, I mean, it just needs a few more reviews, or a few more people to update their early access reviews. Try and get it to that 666 review score, dude. Also, back to overwhelmingly positive. They can only get one negative review for every 20 positive ones, and there's been about 15 or 16 since the last negative one, which is literally because somebody was complaining that Windows has sticky keys. So... like, quite literally here. Let me find this screenshot because it's awful and hilarious and sad. This review. Just have a look at this review. It's wonderful, but also horrible. I laughed so hard when I saw it the first time. But winter is upon us, so the game is saving. Oh, shit! My order from Prosthetic Records is on its way. This means that my copy of Wolf Hex by Worm Witch is on its way to me. Which is estimated to arrive no later than September 29th. Cool. It's the text box? I don't know. I feel like people just look at traditional roguelikes and go, that looks like old Fallout. Because it's like the closest analog that they have. What the hell happened to you? What the hell happened to you? There's nothing wrong with you. Then why are you lying on the ground vomiting? Winded and nauseous. Do you have too much to drink? There's no combat going on. So now you're dead. What the hell happened? I think that must have been a case of having too much to drink and dying of alcohol poisoning. That's got to be what that was. What the hell killed that dwarf? Because Windatar Tantrum not long ago, but they had no injuries. I don't think that was Windatar. They had no injuries whatsoever. Yeah, no, like, they had no injuries. They were just wounded. Or winded. Hey, Creddy, what's up? That's a fucking bummer. Poison? Outside of, I think they're called Copperhead? like copper snakes, but outside of like the cavern snakes, there's nothing poisonous in DF. I think probably what happened is the dwarf fell asleep and then one of the tavern keepers poured alcohol on its head, which can drown dwarves and can definitely kill them. Tough times. Maybe fell from the stairs. There are no stairs they could have fallen from. There were no stairs above them. There were no stairs around them. Trust me, they would have physical injuries. They had no physical injuries. The only thing it could have been is, well, theoretically poison, but there is no animals on this map that could have poisoned them. The only thing it could have been is alcohol poisoning. See how this dwarf is doing? You should be okay. Humiliated is a pretty rough debuff, but it's not as bad as, like, resentful or guilty. That dwarf should be okay. Ooh, stone. Your girl's got some sad thoughts. Well, they would have had to have had a old injury in order to get an infection, yeah? They had no old injuries because that dwarf has never been in a fight. Stale water? Why would I be giving my dwarves water? Like, we have almost 4,000 booze. Why would they be drinking stale water? Also, since when can water kill a dwarf? It upsets a dwarf. It doesn't kill a dwarf. Although you do feel pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. But yeah, no, that dwarf only just grew up from being a child, so it's highly doubtful it could have been an infection because they would never got into a fight. At least not that I remember. And they had no physical injuries, and I checked their injuries before they died, and the only symptoms they had was nauseous. So I figured it was they got caught in the sun and didn't like that, which is possible. But it's not, they didn't have anything like this dwarf does, right? Where it's like this dwarf has old injuries in the lower body, neck, head. Also, we have shit tons of soap. We have like 1,000 blocks of soap in my hospital. So I don't know. I don't know what killed that dwarf. Like I said, my assumption is alcohol poisoning, but I could be wrong there. We're gonna lose a handful of other dwarves today too, because like this dwarf's just running in circles, like not tantruming, but constantly like bouncing between really far gone and like kind of okay. Benefit with this dwarf though is they did create a great work. They dreamed of creating a great work of art, and that dream was realized. So they can't go completely insane. They will always snap out of it. But it's still a rough time. King wants me to make 2 ballista arrows. Let's make 30 charcoal, then just make the iron ballista arrowheads from that charcoal. We got tons of wood, so that's not the problem. It's gotta be the arrowheads. It's gotta be the arrowheads. Manager's gonna go queue up some more arrowheads so we can make ballistas for my king. Because we ran out of something. Because I got job cancellations turned off because they happen a lot in this fort, so I don't worry about them too much. Also, hello, P-Leg. How are you? How are you? This Friday, P-Leg, I'm going to make a Trello board and reformat all of the docs that we've been peddling together in the mudroom and try and get some stuff over to you. You and me actually need to have a back and forth at some point so that we know exactly what mechanics we want to try and target and what things are doable or what things you think are doable so we can start writing stuff around that. Investments are open, heads up chat. So for those of you who don't know, we're in the background, we're kind of working on a mud. Just as a funsies community project. So if you'd like to help with that, if you want to try your hand at writing some lore, or if you think you know how to program and want to help B-Lug at some point, keep an eye. Second dinner time, you do what you gotta do. I kind of had a second dinner last night. I had normal dinner and then I had a salad. It was delicious. It's a very hearty salad, though. So I was still hungry like an hour later. We will currently. Do we need devs? Currently, I don't think the code is even remotely public. But once B-Lug flips that switch and makes that stuff public, it'll just be open source. So absolutely, we'll need devs. But what I would recommend if you want to help at some point on the dev side is just install Mudlet and mess around with some muds for a little bit. I really want to see the show devs, but it's still like not watchable in Canada. There's like no way to watch that show outside of stealing it. I'd really rather like pay them for the shows, so I haven't actually seen any of that show, even though I kind of would like to. Is that an artifact? Or did I just put that there? It's just a large serrated disc. Okay. Not an artifact. Way back in high school? Why? Because it was one of the things that you could get away with playing on the school computers and no one would think you're playing a video game? I mean, I've been trying to get back into muds, but the reason I've been getting back into muds is because like my eyes have been getting worse, right? And like, it's kind of funny. It's like I have a harder time playing Humankind than I do Dwarf Fortress now. That's where my eyes are at these days. It's like I really like the way Humankind looks. That game looks really pretty, but like seriously, who the heck thought that UI design like where did it go? Like this. Who the heck thought that UI design like this was a good idea? How the fuck am I supposed to read that? just how am I supposed to read that exactly? So it's frustrating. It's frustrating. I don't think I've ever received an email from USPS before. I just received an email from USA Postal Service about a record that got shipped. He helped Texas Instruments build an adapter for their graphing calculators. Oh, really? You know, it's funny seeing people write Texas Instruments instead of just TI, but that's cool. There's also a YouTube channel of a dude who has no vision who coaches people in NetHack, which I think is kind of neat. It's like he can't see it all, and he just gets them to like describe. It's like, how many tiles forward is it? Okay, what's it wheel? what's this? What tile is it standing next to? Okay, what's it? What else is in the room? Where are they? Where are you? And then he just like instructs people on how to move through NetHack, which I think is really interesting. But you never know what people know what you may or may not mean. Yeah, I mean, like I've known about TI graphic calculators like my whole life, right? But I don't believe I've ever actually seen somebody say Texas Instruments calculator. So that I don't know. I think that bit's kind of funny. On the topic of Texas Instruments graphing calculators, I spent way too many hours on many a road trip playing Minesweeper on my dad's. Minesweeper, Tank, and Snake my dad had installed on his graphing calculator. I don't think he ever played any of them, but I spent a lot of time playing. There was also like a kind of shitty Tetris clone that he had. He wants another ballista arrow immediately. But what we're actually going to be working on today is sand, 300, charcoal, 300, glass, block, green, 300. We're going to work on that tunnel today. That's the plan. So first we got to make some glass because we're, last I checked, mostly out of glass. No. I was a little kid and my dad had a graphing calculator that he loaded some software onto. And I played games on road trips when I was like 7. So doubtful we ever crossed paths. But the weirdest person I ever crossed paths with the like custom hardware and robotics and programming scene, weirdest person I ever met in that scene was in the Greater Vancouver Robotics Club. Gotta go run some errands. I'll keep the stream up. Cheers, man. Let me know about programming muds if you want to take part in things. I'm sure I could sign you up for something. One of the weirdest people I ever ran into in the Vancouver robotics and like programming scenes was the bassist of the Bare Naked Ladies, and he would help us. We built sumo bots, so like these little robots that would push each other out of circles. We built them either out of kits or people would build their own, and he would make these super big fancy ones, but he would use bits and pieces of old bass strings as part of them. And then at one point, someone asked him, "Why do you have so many bass strings?" He's like, "Oh, I'm playing a band." "Oh, what band?" "Bare Naked Ladies." Then we looked it up later. Yeah, it's same fucking dude. Like, what's the weirdest person that you never thought you'd run into that you then run into completely out of context? 'Cause I'm kind of curious now. Chat, what's the weirdest group that you ran into? Weirdly, the guitarist of Mayday Parade. Really? Retweeted a tweet of yours where you made a fish tank game and tweeted the source code? Really? Huh. I'm actually leaving. Cheers. You have a good one. Man. I need a chill day today. I think I'm going to get that. Windatar fought with something. How's Cutest Ghost doing? Don't want to have to recover Cutest. I need this dwarf to be okay. Everybody's working on glass. Okay, you'll probably be fine. It's just the humiliation that you need to deal with, but you'll be okay. Everybody's working on glass. We're bringing in all kinds of sand. We're making charcoal. And then we can start working on the tubes down in depths. It feels like Friday today. It feels like Thursday today. It does not feel like Wednesday today. Like, I feel like I streamed an extra day because I did. It's been a long week for me, chat. How's your week been? Anything interesting or notable happened to you guys this week, chat? Because it's this week for me has been like very much on the far reaches of workaholism. Like, I've just been unable to do anything but work. I've been working on stuff in the background. I've been editing things. I've been prepping for an interview. I've been keeping an eye on the Mud project now. It's like, God, electroshock treatment? So every time you say bad word, you get zapped in bum? That sounds painful. I hope whatever you're getting electroshock treatment for, I hope it works. I actually got electroshock treatment on my back last time I last time I had physio for my back, they gave me low shock therapy on my lower back. It didn't really feel like electric shocks. It felt like just weirdly warm. Like I heard this hum sound and then my back felt really warm and then it went away. It was kind of nice. Like I don't know about you, but I would get electrocuted again. It wasn't bad. Hurt later like a bitch, but at the time it was kind of nice. Like honestly, I could go for some electric shock therapy. Really? So, as somebody with depression, what does that do? Exactly. Like, how does that work, if I could ask? Because now I'm suddenly fascinated. Because, like, I got it to, like, unfuck some really screwed up muscles in my back, right? Always put the mild ideas into the chat. And El Dunarino, I'm sorry that's been a shitty day. Hopefully getting gifted a sub made it slightly less shitty. You know it's Thursday, as tomorrow's your birthday? Oh, really? Well, happy early birthday, Lake Bear. Less anguish? I've literally had nothing in my entire life that's ever helped with my depression. It's like everything that I've ever tried to do for my depression has just made it noticeably worse. It's like I've been through half dozen therapists in the past year and a half. And just like every single one of them that I've talked to has just been like, yeah, I'll talk to them once or twice and I'll just be like, yeah, this isn't going to work. I don't like talking to you. Like, to date, have never actually had anything that's been successful with that sort of stuff. Which is why sometimes my stream just gets very downer for a couple of weeks, because it'll just be like, well, I'm down, and there's not much I can do to fix that. It's this intimidating, scary, complex, deep game where I sit here not even touching the keyboard and watch dwarves do their pre-automated jobs. Yeah. Yeah. Very intimidating. What's up, Progressor? Honestly, like, I don't understand why people don't say that, like, the UI in Cogmind is harder to read than Dwarf Fortress, because goddamn, it's so much harder to read in Cogmind than it is in Dwarf Fortress. Although, on the topic of other intimidating games, if you haven't reviewed Jupiter Hell yet, please go leave a review for Jupiter Hell, because they only need a handful more reviews to get 666 reviews. They're at 662. I want to get that screenshot. It is indeed Wednesday, my dudes. Diamond. And did recently update it, sort of? Did you update it after it left early access? Yeah, you already reviewed it, Stone. I remember seeing your review. I was watching one of your run around in space and knock people through windows game video. Why am I blanking on the name of that game now? I will remember it. Don't remind me. Heat signature, that's it. Too late. Heat signature, yeah. See, I thought you were saying that your birthday was on Thursday. Yeah, no, today is definitely Wednesday. So is your birthday on Friday then? Man, you're 1 week late. You could have had your birthday on Friday the 13th. You could have had like a machete and hockey mask covered in blood birthday party. I played it at PAX the year before it came out, or the year it came out, I think. Stone? That was a lot of fun. Run around, smack people through windows, throw things at them. I don't know why I never got into it proper. I want that developer to fucking put out Tactical Breach Wizards. There's something about naming your video game Tactical Breach Wizards. And I just want it. I want it so bad. Like, there's something about the whole theme of this game. It's like, what are you? You're heist wizards that break into bank vaults and shit. It's like, Okay, yeah, no, I would, I wanna, I want play a game. Just. Did you, wait, hold on a second. Have you actually, like, forgotten what day it was and thus misplanned your own birthday? Yeah, this is one of them. Actually, is it a run-based game? I don't even know. I think it's just like a turn-based strategy game. Yeah, there's nothing about it being run-based in the description of it. I think it's more like an XCOM, less of a run-based game, more of a just a campaign strategy game. Oh, heat signature. Yeah, yeah. I thought you were talking about tactical breach wizards. Also, the cool Tetris is now on Steam, so I might need to buy the cool Tetris again. How are they doing on all of that their glass? Okay, well they're almost halfway through the charcoal. Still working on the sand, still working on the glass itself. 50 dwarves in the fort right now, meaning there's actually space for plenty of babies, which is good, I suppose. Just sucks that we lost a dwarf like right at the start. I mean that is what it is, you know. Stone is what it is. These are the forges. So these are all, well, metalsmiths, forges, kilns, glass furnaces, wood furnaces for making charcoal. These are siege workshops. This is a stockpile filled with wood. This is a stockpile filled with ore. This is a stockpile filled with bins that are all filled with iron and other material bars. And this is a stockpile filled with charcoal. And the dwarves are making glass blocks, which are the green things that they're running up, so that I can add them into my tube. My giant lava lamp that I'm working on. And then eventually, when the tube is done, I will then build a tower of pumps, which are going to go from lava all the way up to the surface. And we are going to pump lava from the surface into this tube right here in the middle of the screen, which goes up all the way to my tavern. This is my tavern. This is where the booze and the partying and the dancing happens. But this tube is going to go all the way down to the center of the earth, and we need to fill it up with big, hot, gooey, sticky molten rock. Yeah. And what I'm actually going to do with it once I have a giant tube filled with molten rock, I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. To be fair, there are like tables and chairs around. Like, of course, wouldn't be a dwarven fortress without like rows of thrones and tables, and then, you know, just a bunch of pots filled with food and alcohols, and we got a few of those. Some more tables and thrones over here as well. But that's currently what we are looking at. These are the forges. Not the final forge for the fortress. The final forge is eventually going to actually be down here a little ways. The forge will eventually connect and become this. This is going to be our forge one day. And then this lower level down here is just going to be filled with lava. So this is going to be what our forge will look like once we are finished. We have to get there first, though. And we're quite a ways away still from finishing it. So this will be the forge. But for right now, it's just a big old empty tube that needs to be filled, which is why I'm making more glass so that we can fill and continue to dig this tube down, which currently goes down to layer 103. We need to get it down to about layer reservoir, which is 125. Which means we got like less than 30 layers to go, which is pretty good actually. Whereas the actual world itself goes all the way down to like layer 160. And this is the great lava sea down here. And look at that, it's a magma crab. Apparently magma crabs have wings. I didn't know that. A small rock-eating creature. that lives in molten rock. It scurries on its little feet, and it swims through the liquid rock with its sharp wings. It uses magma to digest rock and spits out burning globs. It is black. Apparently they do. They use them for swimming, though. They don't fly with them. They're like flightless crabs. Not to be confused with flying crabs, obviously. And the dwarves are taking these glass blocks, like this dwarf, and are running them down to the storage pile, which is down these stairs, past everything, down to here, over to the left, even further down, further down, to here, and filling up the stockpile with glass that we're going to use in the giant lava lamp. How's that for those uninitiated, Mr. Progressor? Do you understand anything, or did you miss all of it? I will say, playing Dwarf Fortress for 30 minutes makes watching it a lot easier. And I would recommend that if you're even remotely interested. Just download the game, make a world, try and fiddle with a fort for a bit, get it to the point where you're making booze for your dwarves and you can scroll between the Z levels comfortably, and the game will make a lot more sense. Quite literally. Make a lot more sense. Did I watch your spider video? Yeah, I did, actually. I almost left a comment on it, but I was in a voice call at the time and didn't want to let on that I was watching YouTube videos and not paying 100% to the attention to the voice call. So I didn't type because the person I was talking to definitely would have heard it. But I was going to comment that that spider looks kind of like the one that I had in my bedroom the other day, but about a tenth of the size. Maybe not a tenth, quarter the size of the one that I had in my bedroom the other day. Wait, hold on a second. Are you trying to read the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress wiki? Neil, thanks for the host. Am I understanding that correctly? You're trying to read the entirety of the DF wiki? Oh, also, I got something to brag about. Yeah, I got something to brag about. Yeah, I barely read the DF wiki, so I use it as like a reference guide. So some of you may know I bought this, right, which is a nerdy book edited by one Tarn Adams and Tanya Short. Now everybody knows, or a lot of people know, that this book exists, right? That Tanya Short and Tarn Adams worked on. I learned relatively recently that this one exists, which has a different set of contributors. And a different set of chapters. So I now have another nerdy book about procedural generation. So instead of just needing to read the first one twice, I can actually like stop reading for the second time and lend it to my dad or something and start reading the second one. So I now have two nerdy books about procedural generation in video games, edited by Tarn Adams. We're gonna get food and probably turn the heating up. Oh, really? So you're actually starting to feel like cool weather? My sliding glass door is all the way open, which is probably why there's so many spiders in my apartment right now. And it is like, actually, what is the temperature outside right now? Let's check. Let's find out. What is the temperature outside? It can't be particularly warm. What does my king want? 3 more? Come on, man. Yeah, it is 18 degrees Celsius outside. Cloudy, chance of showers. Hell yeah, that's proper summer weather. 18 degrees Celsius, cloudy with a chance of showers. High of 20 today. Fuck yeah. It's so nice to actually just have that kind of weather. Was so tired of the like 30 plus days every day, which we had for like 3 weeks. It's actually really nice to just be able to wear, you know, like pajamas and like a t-shirt and not feel like I'm dying without the air conditioning on, which is where I was at for a long time.
Woo!
Car AC fuck? At least with car AC, you can just like roll down the windows. Even on like a really hot day, like it doesn't matter how hot it is outside, you can kind of just get away with rolling down the windows. But that sucks, man, if your AC and if the AC in your car is screwed. I feel like you've had like a string of bad luck. Did you like curl a monkey's paw or something to like destroy your neighbor's house? Oh fuck yeah. That's a brag that you can humbly throw around. How many hours did it take you to get that win, or did you do it on your first run? That's such a chill little game. I don't know if I have any interest in playing that game on hard, because like it's literally just the same game, but the enemies have more health. It's like, I don't know if that's necessarily what I want from hard in that game. Winded Tar is throwing a tantrum. Okay, hold on. Research. Ponder social behavior. Discuss social behavior. Discuss social behavior. Research. Okay. This dwarf is throwing a tantrum. And they're just spamming between discussing social behavior, pondering social behavioring, discussing social behavior, and researching. Oh, now you're reading a book. You stopped reading a book. Okay. Yeah, so I have about 8 hours in it. So if it took you about 15 hours to get a win, that means there's still hope for me. I mean, that was us for weeks. Weeks and weeks, but you guys have much better air conditioning built in, right, Aaron? So, like, actually being able to survive that's a lot more reasonable for you guys than us. This is just like someone on Reddit having a tirade, this dwarf. It's just like someone's got like just ripping up the comments section on a thread that they're mad about. Discuss social behavior. Comment on social behavior. Read ignorance in something or another. Did you actually commit any crimes in there? Nope. That's fine. just a Tuesday on Reddit, yeah, basically. It's just a normal day on Reddit. Just someone ripping up a storm and just having a mad, angry rant about something. Is that at 76? I mean, that's perfectly tolerable, right? That's perfectly tolerable. I don't know. I'm so happy that I don't need to run my air conditioning right now because it costs me so much money. I got a $310 power bill the other week, and it was like a big kick in the fucking teeth. It's just like 2 months of power. It's like $170 a month. Normally my power is like less than $30 a month. Like by the end of the month, my power bill is like $28, $30 tops. It's like usually $60 to $63 after like every other month. And this last 2 months, 310. So it's literally just like pissing money down a hole. Hate having to use it, but I literally need to. So. I used to just be able to sweat that shit out, but I can't do that now. Unfortunately. So I know every now and again people ask me about a game called Dominions, which isn't a game I have a ton of interest in, just because of like, not super into like historical 4X games. But that same developer makes the Conquest of Elysium games. Has anybody played Conquest of Elysium? Because this looks like kind of my thing. Looks kind of like my thing. You played 4? You have that game? Yes? No? Recommend? Hate? Good? Bad? Thunk? Just asking if you guys have thought. I mean, they all look identical, right? Like, visually, every single one of those games looks identical, and they all look terrible. But they seem really neat. I don't know. They just especially like the effects that they have in the fights. Like everything about that seems really neat. You're more of a Dominions guy. I have no interest in the theming of Dominions. Like at that point, it's like I'm spoiled for choice when it comes to like historical 4X games. Like there's so many historical 4X games, like light and heavy, all the way in the grand strategy direction, all the way down to like even as light as a Total War game. Like there's you're spoiled for choice with that stuff. But it's like Fantasy 4X, there's not a lot. In fact, there's almost nothing. More historical than what do you calls it? In unit selection than anything else they've done, right? Like, yeah, there's like, you know, like magical creatures, but it's more just like dudes with swords. Are we talking about the same game? Yep. I'm talking about like, it's. I'm clearly not communicating what I'm trying to explain, but I've actually played this Fall from Heaven Civ mod. The game's I'd rather just play normal Civ 4. My favorite Fantasy 4X ever is Age of Wonders 1, probably. The first Age of Wonders. We've hit spring. I don't know. All of my experience with Dominions has been like, yeah, there's magical creatures, but it's like mostly just like dudes on horses with spears. Maybe I just never got far enough into Dominions to get to the part where it gets interesting. Spring has arrived. Now, has anybody died? No, nobody has died of old age. And our human Gel Abutar, the human merchant, has arrived. We finished with our charcoal order. That's good. We've got another order for another ballista arrow. Man, the king's going on a frickin' tirade right now. So many ballistas being demanded. Oh, never mind. A chicken died of old age. Chat, can I get some Fs to pay respects for the poor chicken that died of old age? The poor chicken. We lost the chicken. Rip the chicken. No more egg layer from you. Fortunately, it wasn't a named chicken. That would have been a real heartache. I don't know. I have a hard time getting into 4Xs. And I should get into them more because I do enjoy them, but I don't know. I have a real hard time getting into them. Also, what's up, Chode Boy? Oh well, at least less eggs to gather. I mean, it's not like we're short on chickens. We got plenty of chickens. They keep on managing to breed faster than the dwarves can gather the eggs. What'd you miss? A chicken died of old age. Just Dwarf Fortress things. I'm assuming goat means you got it. So, yeah, these are my chickens up here. And those are all chicken eggs, those white things that are flashing. So it's like 5 eggs, 14, 13. Dwarves do come and gather them, and they do cook them. They're actually a really good source of food. The problem is the chickens tend to lay them faster than the dwarves can actually gather them. Why so many Fs? Well, we did lose a dwarf today, but the actual loss was the chicken. It's very sad. You should be too. Speaking of things that are sad, Ghost, how's your prison sentence going? I was confined to the humiliation. Good thing you may be humiliated about being confined, but she feels interested near a fine cabinet and feels interested near a fine container, was interested near a wonderful restraint, and was interested near a splendid seat. Seems things have been good. It was indeed a good bird. Definitely was. Anybody ready to garbage mash an ent? Because that's what I got to do next. After the dwarves are finished with all of the, ballista arrows and the glass and stuff. Every now and again, I'll just get invited to a thing. And I'll just see it, and I'll just be so confused. It's like, there appear companies that try to, see what games the streamer's interested in, and then send them keys based on that. And then there appear companies that'll just, shoot stuff at you. I just got invited to take part in streaming a game with drops, mind you, that I've never heard of called Elion, and yeah, this definitely looks like the sort of content I would stream. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine, I guess. I'm not sure. I think it's an MMO. Might be a battle royale game. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm pretty sure it's an MMO. Pretty sure it's a free-to-play MMO. Looking more MMO-like. No idea what this game is. Seems like it's very popular and their marketing's working super well. It's an idle game. Aren't all MMOs kind of an idle game? Definitely MMO. Is that new Raid Shadow Legends? No, it's a thrilling MMORPG set in the world of magic and technology, where factions battle in a fierce war to claim the mythical world of Eilon. They're sold to buy it now. I'm pretty sure it's free to play, so I don't think you need to. The mythical world of Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. Although I'm so happy that Hell Architect is finally out, because that's a game that will used to send me keys and emails 3 to 5 times a week. I swear to Christ. Why are you all injured? What happened to you? Oh yeah, that's why. Your foot's broken. This dwarf's covered in injuries because this dwarf, Darren, was tantrumy like 50 years ago, and then we fixed him. Now he doesn't do that no more because we caved his head in enough times and he stopped. Came to his senses. God damn it. Ghost is still okay. How much longer does Ghost have in there? 12 more days. Cool. Ghost will be fine. That's a relief. You never know if a dwarf is going to survive their time in prison, but like my kind of game, yeah, I'll get right to it. Definitely. Mm-hmm. I mean, the actual problem isn't that it's not my kind of game. The actual problem is that my kind of game... Ooh. You're fighting with trees. Now, starts fighting. Okay. Okay, no, that's old. So this is the recent fighting report, right? Yeah, okay. So this is the recent fighting report with my tantrumy dwarf. Tries to punch the sage, misses. Punches the sage in the right lower arm with her left hand, bruising the skin, through the pigtail cloak. This dwarf's tantruming, right? Punches and scratches the sage in the lower body. Also, this person is their master. They're literally attacking like their teacher. Tearing the fat and bruising the muscle and the left kidney through the hemp trousers. And then just miss. Just miss. And then they all leave because he attacked me. So what kind of prison sentence are you going to get? Are you going to get a beating? Are you going to get some time in prison? What are you going to get? I wonder. What else are you going to go do as well? Oh, you punched somebody else. You hit Vimamel, the clother. You missed. This is not a very good, like, combat dwarf, all things considered. Dwarves keep trying to come up to socialize with him, and he keeps punching them. What an ass. Windatar, punches the woodcutter in the right foot with her right hand, bruising the fat. Punched him in the foot. Who does that? They've made a lot of Call of Duties, Stone, but they haven't made even close to 67 Call of Duties. Scholars being mean. Now is throwing clothing. Are you throwing your clothing, or are you throwing the clothing of the dead dwarf? You're throwing the clothing of the dead dwarf off the ground. There goes another piece of clothing. Okay. Well. Public disturbance, vandalism, starting fist fights. That's crimes and a half. Are people still reporting crimes? 3 counts of disorderly conduct. I don't see anybody else actively sending reports, so 1 witness, 2 witnesses, 1 witness. All right, what do you get? Windatar gets a beating and 57 days in prison. So Windatar, I don't believe, has actually had a term in prison yet. So I don't know if this, or maybe they have. I don't know. The last few, they just got beatings. And so I've been very much hoping that we get to put them in prison to see if that actually helps. But he's going to get the beating first. The elves have arrived to trade. Doesn't look like Tiny Goliath's in the best way either. Tiny Goliath's just like puking on the way there. So Tiny Goliath won't do too much damage to him, hopefully. Was that Windatar? No. Sirelac and Free, the other 2 depressed dwarves. There's 3 depressed dwarves in the fort right now. There was 4, but they died. So we're down to 3. These are all still like the PTSD-defied dwarves from the human royal treasurer who went berserk that we all had to kill and rip apart. So punched him a couple of times. Yeah, just punched him a couple of times, bruising him. We're now taking Windatar to prison. Apologies, Windatar. I don't actually dislike you. Or your dwarf. Would beatings and time in jail fix their attitude? Beatings doesn't generally help their attitude, but time in jail often does in Dwarf Fortress. Like, if you make really awful prisons, no. But if you make really, really, really nice prisons, like if you completely deck them out with tons of fancy furniture and such, often they come out of prisons significantly happier than when they went to prison. If you make their prisons, just like an awful hole in the ground with nothing to look at, then yeah, they don't like it. But these prisons are like 5-star hotels. So hopefully this dwarf's mood will come out net positive by the end of this time in prison. Because like this dwarf down here, Ghost, the only negative thought they're getting right now is humiliated, right? But they're interested, gratitude, interested, are all way better mood buffs than the one humiliated debuff at the top, right? So this dwarf here, Windatar, also is getting humiliated, but is feeling pleasure, which is even better than interested. So pleasure near a fine door, pleasure near a completely sublime restraint, humiliated after being confined, pleasure near a fine door, pleasure near a fine vertical bars, pleasure near a fine seat, pleasure near a fine glass window, pleasure near a fine glass window. So like they're really happy in this prison cell, even though they're in prison. So hopefully hopefully, this will just improve this dwarf's mood. Because they are going to be in here for quite a long time. So a lot of those super negative moods can hopefully move down the chart a little bit and get flooded with some pleasure. But the fact that they feel guilty now is actually really bad. Guilty is a very rough mood. So we'll see. It'll either make them worse or it'll make them better. And it's kind of hard to tell until they do a couple sets in prison. I'm just going to really quickly take a leak. I've been drinking a lot of this iced tea and, you know, it's a lot of liquids. Back in a sec.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
All right, I return. Vin, your hat is missing. We need to do something about this. How are we doing on those glass blocks, dwarfs? Getting there. That's a good question. Probably not. Probably not, because the vampire is sealed, and there is no, like, mechanic where they can hear things screaming through walls. And we sealed it in there in the year 120 something. It was like 124 or something. So it's been there for a very long time. So I doubtful actually that they would know about it, which is kind of terrifying. I mean, just you know, don't worry too much about the vampire Zaloro, who is crying and screaming and raging in an eternal rage, right there, forever. Humiliated and hopeless. Ooh, those are some bad moods right there. Those are some bad moods. For those of you guys who don't know, every other Friday, me and my team, we hang out on one person's channel and stream for a bit. And this coming Friday, we're going to be playing as a team. We're going to be playing some Barotrauma on Dire Dwarf's channel. There's a link that the bot just put into the chat. That'll be out this Friday for about 2 hours, starting at about noon my time. So in about 15 minutes from now, actually, on Friday, I will be playing some Barotrauma, which should be a bit of fun. So if you want to tune into that, just maybe pop over to Dire's stream real quick and give him a follow. 'Cause he is live right now. As for COE4, it's a bit too RNGE. You can be dead in the water. It's a bad start with wildlife just blocking your resources. If really unlucky, you're straight up taking your citadel. The world is quite cool. With all the planes there, COE4 also is going to be very... Isn't very viable. Wait, what? I mean, I wouldn't know about any minute changes from game to game, right? Because I haven't played any of them, but... That's good that your eyes have not gotten worse in the last 2 years. That's like being told that you don't have a cavity at the dentist. It's like, congratulations, you still have not fucked up your teeth. You will eventually, and we will be here to cash the checks when you do. But till then, congratulations. Your clock is still ticking. You still have functional teeth. Let's see, they brought a moose, barn owl, gray squirrel, a worm, 2 donkeys, donkey, cougar, buck rabbit. Oh, come on. Ah, come on. Traded with the elves. Didn't bring any fun animals. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. I mean, my eyes got considerably worse, and when I got these glasses, it was like $600 bill, almost. They charge out the ass for that shit, but you know, I bought the cheapest I bought the cheapest frames I could find. Like the frames were like less than half of that. The frames were like on the cheapest rack they had, and the frames were like $190. Which is ridiculous, but... So what happens when you need 2 separate lenses made at different, with different prescriptions? So instead of just getting 2 of the same, I need 2 separate ones, so I have to design them separately. Plus, this one is a very abnormal prescription, so it's expensive. Plus, I need transitions, otherwise I literally can't keep my right eye open in the sun. So... You live in Switzerland? Things are, like, priced weirdly in Switzerland, yeah? I'm going to give the dwarves, I think, 2 weeks of just running around doing whatever. I'm going to have a few fringe jobs going. I'm going to have dyeing cloth going. Let's get some more. Just 2 instead of 4 farmers' workshops making thread. Trying to think what other things can I get up and running. King hasn't demanded anything. Let's say... Let's do 100 rock crafts. Give him a couple tasks. And then we will start working on the tube. Although you gotta remember, like, that's $600 Canadian, so, like, for anybody in the US of A... That's actually like $475 US. And the Canadian dollar is like closer to the US dollar than it's been in a while. Back when I spent that, it was about $1.34 for $1 USD Canadian, so it probably would have been closer to like 400. So not that crazy. You want to check how many you have first, Mr. Tamika? Just type in exclamation point tickets, because I don't know if you have 900 to invest. So check how many you have by typing exclamation point tickets, then invest a number that's lower than what you have. Unless you've done some big wins that I haven't seen, then yeah, you won't have enough. You know what would be really fucking cool? Is if Twitch and YouTube actually worked together, and I could give you guys benefits on the YouTube channel for subscribing on Twitch. Like, I've been thinking about this shit for a while, and just like, man, wouldn't it be really nice if those 2 platforms just work together a little bit? This dwarf now finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, because they were wearing tattered clothing. That's a good thing. They developed a sense of humor after wearing crappy clothes. You still get a like from me in the comments section. I mean, I read every comment. Like, I know that they tell YouTubers not to do that and people on YouTube not to do that. They're like, oh, don't read the comments. And like, yeah, there's shitty comments every now and again that stick in my brain, but it's the same with Twitch chat, right? It's like telling somebody not to read your Twitch chat. It's like, yeah, okay, once or twice, maybe every other day, I will get a really shitty comment from some asshole. And yeah, it sticks with me, and yeah, it sucks, but it's like, it's worth communicating with people through the comment section on YouTube. Like, I've had people straight up thank me for communicating through the comment section and like responding to stuff. And it's like, oh, thank you for doing that. It's like, people like getting responses from the person who made the video. Although my favorite comment I've gotten recently was this guy is insufferable. And then a person responded with, yeah. It's like, thank you? Aw, shucks, I'm insufferable. Damn! Like, everybody won. Hell yeah. That doesn't happen. Good win, Pilot. Although for Pilot, it's a really good thing that his eyes haven't gotten worse because Pilot is actually a pilot, so Pilot needs his eyes. Probably more than most people. Fulton!
Hello there. How's it going? I've errands to finish running, but had a chance to swing in and say hi.
My neighbors upstairs are stomping around like there's a freaking trampoline in their house. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription for 17 months. It's a long time. Cheers, man. Is today like errands running day? That's the second person today who's like, I gotta go do some errands. Oh, Road 96? Oh, shit. I haven't listened to the soundtrack. What kind of music is it? Damn, that's a lot of music. Is this like a licensed soundtrack, though? Hello is Animals Command, Lump. What's up, Lump? How's things? What are the neighbors doing? They had children, is what they did. They have children, so like the kids will just like randomly like run around a bunch and shit. Just turning on FUD. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. That was me the other day. Yeah, the reason I'm asking if this is a licensed soundtrack is because every single track on this soundtrack has a different name for the artist. So like at that point, like I don't know if that stuff's safe. It is nice music though. I guess the thing that I'd need to know is it's just like go to someone's stream of that game and see if half the tracks are muted, because if they're not, then it's probably okay. It has the feeling of being a historical game. It doesn't feel like a crazy fantasy game, whereas Dominions attracts me because it's like, yo, like there's dragons half the size of the screen. Or rather, Conquest of Elysium, I think is the name of that game. It interests me because of it's more about scale, right? Like it still feels historical because it's like, it's kind of like trying to think of like an analog, but it's not quite the level of fantasy that actually interests me. And it's also more the way the game is presented that pushes me away from Dominions. Do what you gotta do. Thanks for the resub. Cheers, Fulton. It's like it's still just kind of fire arrows and yeah. I don't know. I'm just not particularly interested in Dominions. It just kind of comes down to that. Just kind of comes down to that. €18 shipping. Nice. Wonder what it is for me. If it's €18, that's actually like a really expensive record in general. It's a €35 record. 22 shipping to Canada. So that's that one record, Pilot, is more expensive than the entire order of 3 records that I placed pretty recently at Black Screen. That one record would be more expensive, which admittedly is about what I paid for the Super Meat Boy soundtrack, but come on, Super Meat Boy soundtrack. So, I mean, it seems like good stuff. I don't know if it's necessarily worth the price to entry. It seems like good music, though. Seems like good music. But no, just kind of wrapping the conversation background in regards to YouTube. I do genuinely appreciate the supportive comments on this series, because this series is like not taxing necessarily, but it's really long. Like it's long even by my standards, so, and it's going to continue being long. Like I will probably continue doing this for into 2022. So, you know. It's nice when people say nice things on this series, because I know it's going to be around for a long time. Like a really long time. Okay, well that's good. That means it's probably Twitch safe. Whenever it's like a licensed soundtrack, that's when things start getting weird, you know? Like, a recent example of, someone needs to quiet their brakes down, Christ. On a recent soundtrack that caused a lot of people problems is that Lego game that was announced and released during E3 this past year. That little Lego puzzle game that's like very cute and pretty and isometric. A bunch of people recorded it, streamed it, put it up on YouTube, and every single track got copyrighted by a different record label. Like, everything, like, it just got completely annihilated. Like, you can't monetize any of that stuff. And it's, like, dangerous for YouTube channels to have that many, like, claims all at once, so. Absolutely not, because that would require me installing stuff that I'd rather not install. You're more than welcome to when I release the save files, though. I don't do any of that stuff because I genuinely don't believe that it makes seeing the game any nicer, and I don't like looking at the game in crappy 3D renders. But I release the save file every 100 years, so you're more than welcome to render it, look at it, play with it, put it into whatever software you want, put it into StoneSense, do whatever. So when we hit, you know, year 300, and then again on year 400, I will release the save file. And that is totally up to you if you would like to do that sort of stuff. For me personally, I have no desire to render it or do any of that because it's a waste of time for me. People have looked at it in StoneSense already and uploaded it and posted it on Reddit and stuff. So, and no, before you ask, I'm not going to put it into Armok Vision. But you can go and grab the year 200 save file already from YouTube. It's linked on the YouTube video, so you could just go grab it. So that's already available. But I will be making more of that stuff available as it goes. All right, it's time to start working on the tube. Uh-oh. Deep in the caves. Oh, it is the same label as Humankind and Crying Suns. Okay, then yeah, it should be Twitch save. I don't know. I think I need to play the game to be super keen, or someone would just need to tip me $100 because like that's a lot of money for a single record, and a pre-order nonetheless. I'm super cagey about pre-ordering records right now because like I don't know if they have the timeline locked down for pressing them yet, and it's like that shit gets delayed like crazy left and right. Also, on the topic of spending money on records, I did kind of pre-order the new Sergeant Thunderhoof Dwarf is tantruming while in prison. That is not a good sign. Dwarf tube? I mean, sometimes you just gotta tube up a bunch of dwarves and push them down a river, you know? How you doing? How are you doing today, Frog for Hire? And let's do all that. Perfect. Chat, what's a game that you've always wanted to try, but just haven't for some really petty reason? Like a game that you know that you would love, but you've just never played it for some really fucking petty reason. And I'd kind of prefer if people don't answer Dwarf Fortress. Just for the sake of conversation here. Because for me, it's Open XCOM. I really, really, really want to play Open XCOM. Like, genuinely, I really want to play Open XCOM. I am terrified of the Twitch community for that game. I've seen them be absolutely fucking brutal. That's not a petty reason. It's a perfectly valid reason, Prozac. It's like, I've seen the chat and other people's streams for other people be utterly brutal. It's just like... Ugh. I mean, I'm over here waiting for Tom Clancy Multiplication. That name just pisses you off for the Division. That's funny. I mean, I don't blame you. The name for that game is kind of stupid. What about Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon X Defiant? X Defiant, I think, is the name of that video game. X Defiant. I can't even find it.
Smile.
Bedrock with 7 months. 7-month streak. We haven't hit Bedrock yet. We're still looking. And cheers. I got a jar of tea. I made tea overnight in the fridge. In a jar. I mean, when it comes to video games, Microsoft isn't that bad. When it comes to monopolistic tendencies and a shitty OS, Microsoft is still pretty bad. But, you know, Linux is also bad, and every OS is bad for their own unique reasons. But that sucks, because Age of Empires is really good. That sucks, because Age of Empires is really good. I'm trying to think, because like I know for a fact there's quite a few. Similar thoughts with Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. The community scares the piss out of me. It's going to be filled with lava. Because I'm keeping this fortress alive for 1,000 years, Prozac, so thus we have lots of time to do things. So thus I'm building a giant green glass tube and then filling up with lava for shits and giggles. Disliking art is a pretty petty reason, yeah. It's pretty petty. It's pretty petty. It's like my friend who refuses to play Civilization 6 because he thinks the graphics are ugly. Or like, oh man. Or like me refusing to play Trials, Trials Rising, even though I fucking enjoyed the hell out of that game, but they made the loot box progression shit in that game so fucking obnoxious that I just don't want to play any of it. That's not petty. That's a perfectly valid reason to not play a thing. Ultimate. Civ is great. The most recent Civ, fucking phenomenal game now. Especially because, like, you can get the whole thing for so cheap these days. So frequently, too. They're constantly putting that game on sale. For absolute steals of prices. Because you don't want to encourage more disgusting drawings of food. I don't like the visuals in Cook Serve Delicious at all either, but I couldn't tell you why. I was like, I don't think that the drawings are necessarily disgusting, but I do not like the art in Cook Serve Delicious, so I completely agree with that, actually. It's not that it's Uncanny Valley, it's just it's not good art. Also, I don't want to play a game that feels like my old job that I hated. So that's got more to do with it than anything. Like, I have a very petty reason for disliking whole genres of games, actually. I can't stand games that use shitty physics as a mechanic and claim it's comedy. So, like, Viscera Cleanup Detail. Fucking hate that game. I think that is maybe one of the worst games I've ever played. It is awful. I've been forced to play it a couple of times with people, and I hate that game. I cannot tolerate Viscera Cleanup Detail. I do not understand why people like that game. Tabs I didn't mind. Tabs I actually found was kind of okay, was because it was first person. But like, yeah, Fall Guys, Gang Beasts. I was kind of okay with Human Fall Flat, but that was just because I played through it with a good friend, and that was a blast. But like, Viscera Cleanup Detail and Goat Simulator are very high up there. Also, hey Santa, what's up? There's something about 2.5D aka 3D with cameras locked to 2D perspectives that you dislike and generally avoid games like that. You mean like platformers specifically, or do you mean like Jupiter Hell? Because isn't Jupiter Hell technically that? Although, ironically, and this is my favorite thing about Goat Simulator, right? If you never had Goat Simulator, you wouldn't have ever had Satisfactory. Pigeon Simulator? God, I got paid so much money to play that stupid fucking video game. I mean, fair. I don't know if that's necessarily petty though. Like, adding the I won't play Fortnite because it's popular is definitely petty, but the also it's not my kind of game kind of justifies you in not playing it. I don't care if it was intentionally bad. They sold it for money. Well, I mean, Satisfactory was a really neat story, and then they sold their studio. Fist, you can snap out of it. I have faith. Then they sold their studio and are now part of the Embracer Group. They're part of a giant corporation now. Like, I hesitate to even call that game an indie game now. Same company that owns Valheim, too. You won't play games that have an always online component? I agree. That I agree with. If they force you to connect to a server, I'm out. And it's like that simple. They're like, yeah, you gotta connect to a server. I'm like, yep. I don't want to play this. Whoa. How do I respond to this? With sadness, because they don't know the first one. I just got an email that Sony is repressing the soundtrack for Ghostbusters. The sequel, not the first one, though. I was just like, hold on a second. Do I buy No, I don't. Although I could probably find the first one without too much trouble if I actually put some effort into it. It's a real existential crisis that having dog shit internet makes you upset. You just do so much online and tech stuff. I mean, you could think of it as an opportunity to do an internet detox which I would recommend as somebody who's tried to do them. The way I do an internet detox, though, is I just sign out of Twitter and scramble my password. Because I use a password manager, so I can lock myself out of certain passwords for a while. And I can lock myself out of my Twitter password and then not be able to sign in to Twitter for a week or a month. You deleted your Twitter last year? I can't because I need it for work. You know all those interviews I do on YouTube? Yeah, none of those would happen if it wasn't for Twitter. Although now maybe some of them may happen through Discord, but like I never would have been able to interview Turn Adams if it wasn't for Twitter. So. One addiction for another. I would argue that Twitch is a little bit better than getting stupidly obsessed over Twitter. And the reason I would argue that is at the very least Twitch is kind of like IRC is, and it's like more of like just, it's like hanging out with a guild in World of Warcraft or something. It's like not necessarily a net negative on your mental psyche. Like it can be much more of a positive thing. I have twit-face stuff? Yeah. I mean, I had Facebook because I grew up in an era where you got bullied if you didn't have Facebook. It's just like kids get bullied now if they don't have skins in Fortnite, you know? Like, I had no option. I had to if I wanted to be socially accepted by kids my age. It's literally like the reason I had a Facebook account was peer pressure. Kids are fucking mean, dude. And when you're a kid, that shit's your life. And when it's your life, like it's either be harassed and have shitty days back to back to back to back to back, or you don't really have much of an option at that point. Yeah, true. I mean, well, Facebook has discussion. It's just nonsensical garbage discussion. But Instagram and a lot of the photo-based social medias, I think, are some of the most insidious because, yes, it is literally just like it's a self-praising platform where look at how amazing I am platform, and then everybody has to compete with the most amazing person, and if you can't afford to compete with the most amazing person, it's just a net loss, and it's impossible to actually compete. That just sucks. Makes you feel bad for not being perfect. I think people are toxic positivity, and big brands are toxic positivity. Like any fashion brand, to a degree, with the exception of maybe like some super new, like smaller brands. Vast majority of brands feel bad for not being perfect. Like fucking crappy headphone brands that YouTubers are constantly selling are like, look at how great this person's life is because they have these earbuds. You know, like that's literally what all of that shit is. This is not a new trend. No, I mean this is fair, and it's also not a new trend, but there's something different about not being able to see the person in person. Social media is new and different. Are Raycons trash? Yes. Yes, they are trash. I mean, here's the thing, right? And it's very easy for me to say this as somebody who doesn't have millions of dollars. If I had millions of dollars, do you have any idea how much money I would give to charity? Like, do you have any idea how much of that I would just give away? I don't know how to live with money. Whenever I end up with money, it's like, I just want to give it to other people because it's like, oh, you can use it better than me. Does anybody know about 100 Thieves? The fucking, like, preteen esport crew? They built, like, a giant training house right before the pandemic. and the whole pitch of the idea was they were supposed to have like upwards of 15 people staying there at a time, and they had like streamer booths built and like a esports training room and like a room with 10 computers in it so that you could have like 5v5s in League of Legends or Dota or Counter-Strike or Valorant or any of those games. And they were setting it all up as an esports center, and then the fucking pandemic happened. I kind of wonder what ended up happening with that building. I really hope that they just like sold it and decided not to do it, because that shit was just way too funny when I saw it. Oh yeah, totally. Frog for hire. Totally. There's a bunch of those in the greater Vancouver area. One of the like OG YouTubers is from Vancouver. Peter something. Hold on. By OG, I mean like 2009 YouTubers. And now he talks about stock markets and cryptocurrency. Yeah, Peter Chow is the person I was thinking of, who was uploading these videos 12 years ago. Apparently now he talks about the stock market and cryptocurrency. But, you know, hey, it's fucking whatever works. He's still uploading to YouTube. That's actually the more impressive thing to me now. Although, I will say, videos like this are kind of spooky to me. Videos like this, like the fall of crypto, the rise of crypto. This is a problem. I need to leave this YouTube channel right now. You would show and tell nobody, including your family? I've said this many times in the past. If I won the lottery, like if I just won $6 million, whatever, like a lifetime's money, the only thing that would change about my stream is I would stream 4 days a week and probably 6 hours a day. Literally nothing else would change. Oh, I'd turn off my leaderboards. That's something I would do. I would turn off the recent tips leaderboards, and that's about it. Have I ever played Duskers? No, I haven't. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Hold on, let me double check if it's the one I'm thinking of. Yes, it is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, no, I haven't played Duskers. Maybe I'd like Duskers. I don't know. It's not high on the priority list. You would buy a lot of guitars. I'd actually own something I would spend a stupid amount of money on if I had $1 billion is I would buy an original pressing of Hum's You'd Prefer an Astronaut on vinyl. And that's like a $700 record. Which is pretty cheap for a holy grail on records, honestly. Like, that's like anywhere from a $400 to a $700 record, but like buying one mint probably closer to $700. Yeah, see, you'd flaunt your wealth way more than me then, Axo. You buy lots of effects pedals. Yeah, I'd probably actually have some synthesizers, but instead of just like the 2 synths I have in a dream. But no, seriously, like money is a weird thing, right? And like when we're talking about just weird, or not weird, but just like people flaunting their wealth publicly on the internet. You know, honestly, people can do whatever the hell they want, frankly. You do what makes you happy. Fucking Go with the power that is given to you as somebody who has earned something. Like, if you've earned something, flaunt it. Have fun. But the only people that I do genuinely get pissed off at on the internet are people who get a fancy purebred dog just to get Instagram followers. It's like buying pets. Like, influencers should need to have like an IQ test to be able to be allowed to buy a pet, because the number of times I've seen people who work on the internet or people who work in a similar field as me, either like streaming or YouTube or something, that have a, okay, what the fuck is my manager up to? And why are you not doing your job? Massive, what the fuck are you up to? You're just sleeping? I literally just need this dwarf to go to a table and just like fill out some paperwork. Let's just go down here and just manually set this up. It was 2 that you needed, right? Yeah, 2. Cool. So why hasn't my manager queued up that job yet? I'm gonna stare at you until you queue up that job. Not even, no. It's like they get a big dog that needs lots of exercise and specific training, and they live in their fancy, like, not mansion, but like expensive, like 2-bedroom house. And then they just never take it for enough walks, or they just like boot it out the back door. They obviously don't train it. Like, there was that one girl that kind of went viral for abusing her dog because she was just like a fucking vlogger, right? But she had like this series of videos where like the dog is just misbehaving in the background, and she just like turns around and just yells at them. It's just, ugh. I had a distant family member get purebred Dobermans and chopped off their ears and tail to get the Doberman look. Oh, that sucks. It's like, my neighbors used to babysit this Rhodesian Ridgeback, which is a African lion hunting dog. Very, very, very large, very, very, very hyper, very, very, very destructive breed of dog. Beautiful dogs, like lovely dogs, but like they're like a husky on crack. And if you know how hyperactive a husky can be, like these are hyperactive dogs. And they lived in like downtown Vancouver in Gastown with this dog. And if you've never been to Gastown, it's like the most downtown-ass downtown part of Vancouver. Like there's no grass within like like a kilometer of that practically. Like no real grass for like a dog like that to run around for like a kilometer. So they'd take it out to where I grew up, which is like in kind of the middle of nowhere, just farming areas, right? Like up in the hills. And they'd let this dog just run around for like 3 weeks straight at my neighbor's house. It's like, what? Just maybe get a dog that like you can like take care of where you live instead of having to take it to your friend's house to take care of it. But speaking of dogs, there's a dog barking outside. Sounds like a chihuahua with its tail stuck in a vacuum cleaner. At least it was a distant family member, though. Wave depletion. Yeah, the ones with the hair that grows backwards in the back. Yeah, absolutely. They're beautiful dogs. They're gorgeous dogs. They're just... they're just kind of psychotic. They're like a child on a sugar rush, but in dog format. Technically not even family anymore because the nephew divorced her? Fuck yeah. Well, probably over the dogs, right? I mean, that's a distant family member still. I don't know. There's some parts of family that just kind of never leave. Like, there's members of my family that are technically not family members anymore, but they still sometimes show up at Christmas. It's like my uncle's ex-girlfriend that he has 2 kids with will sometimes show up at Christmas. And she'll sometimes bring her daughter, who's like not even related to the family anymore. Technically. Or what was never related to the family in the first place because they never got married. It's like, they're still kind of part of the family. Still has a small Yorkie. Well, that's awesome. Yorkies are cute. Best part about Johnny English is pointing the gun at the Yorkie. The humans have arrived to trade because it is early summer in Longdeath. And we are continuing to dig out the tube. And, of course, the royal treasure, Gunsk, has arrived. Which I still haven't figured out how to pronounce properly. Got a dwarf. My king is meditating on lust and not making babies with his wife. So clap to you, king. All right, time to jump up to the surface and build this up with stuff. I'm gonna have a lot of clothes to bring them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. At some point, it's like, the longer I spend in this industry, like, you know, it's really easy to dislike people for their success, right? Like, I think it's just kind of like a normal human response to things, right? Like, if you see someone who's been really successful for one reason or another, it's really easy to dislike people and give them negative attributes because they have things that, quite frankly, is like a dream situation for a lot of people, right? It's really, really easy to point at somebody and be like, that person is successful. Fuck that person, right? It's really easy to do that. It's really easy to ascribe mental images of negative attributes to those people. It's really, really, really easy to do that. But in my experience, at the very least on Twitch, the majority of people who I have met who are on the side of very, if not extremely successful, the vast majority of the experiences I've had with meeting people through Twitch who are very successful has not really given off that vibe, for whatever that's worth. The only person who I've met through Twitch who was a genuine ass, unwarrantedly, who is extremely successful is XQC, but who's actually shocked. Even fucking Dr. Disrespect is a nice dude in person. Like, he's, like, yeah, he had that event where he accidentally filmed in a fucking, like, men's washroom, but I think that's actually more on the camera guy that he hired and less on him. But, like, so yeah, dude got kicked out of E3, but he's kind of a nice dude in person. I don't know, I've met him twice at various Twitch cons. You don't get why he's so popular? XQC is so popular because he was one of the best players on a Overwatch team. So it was perfect place, perfect time. So he was one of the most popular players on an Overwatch team. It's the same reason why all those like random League of Legends channels just get a bajillion viewers, is because they were probably on some professional team at some point and grew a huge fan base from that, right? I mean, the Doc is an ass in character. Like, I can't fucking stand his character. His whole character is just about being a shitlord. I can't fucking stand his character. But just as a dude, he's nice. He's nice. I've never met Asmongold. No. I've seen him. I've never met Asmongold. But I met XQC at TwitchCon. He was he was standing by himself in the corner of the partner lounge, and there was about, I don't know, a dozen of us just kind of sitting on the couches in the partner lounge just talking about like random Twitch shit. It's a bunch of StarCraft people and a couple people from my team and a few other people, and he was just like over there, and he looked lost. Like, you know the look that someone has on their face when someone was supposed to meet them or they got somewhere early and the person they're looking for just isn't there? You know that kind of look that people get sometimes when they look like they're lost. He literally looked lost, and I was like, "Yo, you want to hang out? Like everybody knows who you are. Do you want to just talk about Twitch shit with us?" And he literally looked and goes, "No, I'd rather speak with people that matter." And so it's like, all right, fine. Fuck you too, mate. Fuck you too. Fuck off. Like, all right. Okay. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. And the world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I mean, to be totally fair, I don't matter. But still funny. All of the logs. But like I've met Moon Moon. Moon Moon's super chill. I've met Co-Carnage. Co-Carnage is wonderful. I've met Das Valdez. I've met EJ. I've met like who are some other? I've met Voy Boy. I've met Odd One. Like what are some random League of Legends people I've met? I've met Wings of Death. Wings of Death was a weird one that I met. Meeting Wings of Death was weird because nobody knows who Wings of Death is now. We finalized the export agreement. Ooh, really? You want anvils? Don't really have any anvils to give you though. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Get your ass up to the tavern and drink with us for the next season. The thing that perplexes me about XQC is I find his stream completely repulsive, and it's not for me, right? Like there is an audience for that sort of stuff. I get it. But what I don't understand is when like these fan-made videos will pop up for XQC that are extremely well made, talking about how he's such a wonderful person and an amazing streamer who's so kind and runs this beautiful community. And I just look at those videos and I'm like, what streamer are you watching? Because that's not what I'm watching. And like people call me hostile sometimes. And to a degree I can get it. Like I can get kind of aggro, but man, in comparison. In comparison, if I'm hostile, then XQC is like just a wrecking ball hitting you in the face. I would like to meet Asmongold. Asmongold seems like an incredibly intelligent person. But meeting Wings of Death was weird, because Wings of Death, I'm actually kind of curious. What's Wings of Death up to these days? Does anybody know who Wings of Death X is? Does anybody remember Wings of Death? Because Wings of Death was like one of those really big streamers for a while. Like he's not the biggest channel on Twitch anymore by a long shot. But at one point was the most subscribed channel on Twitch. Yeah, like I'm looking at his stuff right now. Like he still streams like every couple of days. Streams for like 8 to 10 hours when he streams. Still plays League of Legends and seems to have like a few thousand people watching whenever he streams. But at one point was the most subscribed channel on Twitch. Like had the most subs on Twitch. At one point. He was like the first channel to hit 10,000 subs. About his downfall? I mean, there's YouTube videos about every person who used to be a big popular streamer's downfall. That's a very good way to wreck the YouTube algorithm on your side. You got 7 minutes until there's a wrap. I'm sorry. Stone. Or not Stone. Diamond. I don't even know who that is, Lake Bear. I don't even know who that is. I call Diamond Stone because I'm sleepy, okay? Sorry, Stone. To be fair, diamonds come out of stone. Kimberlite, but... Alright, they didn't bring me any wood, so I will trade all that for a brass bar. Because all the dwarves are still bringing stuff. Everybody's pondering very large numbers. Discuss very large numbers. Yeah, that's the current, well, not one of the current, but one of the best ways to have a video do extremely well is to do a video about another popular or once extremely popular video about their downfall. And usually it comes down to just being as simple as, oh, they stopped caring about growing because they hit a point where, oh, you've made a lot of money, right? And somebody like Wings of Death, it's like, yeah, he just kind of got to a point where, do you really need more? You know, it's like if you're making 6 figures, do you need more? Like, I'm very much the I don't really need more. Like, for where I'm at right now, if I could make like 30% more than I'm currently making so that I could get a slightly bigger apartment, I'd be good. But even where I'm at right now, it's like, I don't really need more. Like, realistically, I'm saving money. I pay most of my bills. Most of the time, except for when I forget, which is very rare. And, like, I do okay. Like, of course, like, getting a pay raise would be nice. Having, like, what is considered to be a good salary for a paid worker would be nice, because that would then mean that I could not feel like a failure around my dad. But on the flip side, it's like, what is enough, right? Well, I mean, PewDiePie isn't trying to get bigger, really. If PewDiePie tries to get bigger at this point, it's more as a joke than anything. Dude's just a fucking shit poster. And he's fucking great at it. I don't think the world has had werebeasts. There was a bit there where there was werebeasts. I'm not sure about right now though. We got attacked by a few early on, and there was a bit there where every full moon the game would lag for a little bit, which usually means there's a were creature in a big city. But we haven't seen any in a very, very, very long time. So I would suspect they're either outside of the main cities or dead. Plenty of giants, though. Plenty of imps and minotaurs. Still fingers crossed hoping for a dragon. But I guess I'm just in that fortunate position right now where it's like, she got a new emote. Someone's got to give you my emotes so that you can go mine through his emotes with CryptPick. Do you guys like CryptPick? Because I think CryptPick's actually my favorite of the new ones. Out of the new like stationary emotes, I think CryptPick is my favorite. It's so good. You're all about those happy vibes. It's funny because like when Crypt Happy was added, some people were like, "What about Crypt Pog?" It's like, yeah, but Pog's kind of different. Pog's like, "Whoa," whereas Happy's like, "Yay." It's not animated on phones. Oh, it's animated now? It's now animated. I gotcha. Yeah, it's that one got animated to make space for more. That one made the most sense to animate. So we animated that one. Yeah, honestly, if I hadn't paid Cooler for artwork recently, I would consider pre-ordering that record that Pilot posted, but what do you mean by more in a non-Longdeath context? Alright, let's just let the dwarves put stuff away now. Yeah, me too. Then you'll get to see the emotes move. Yeah. It's more of a fuck yeah, and that's more of a cute. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there you go. Oh shit, Jess grew up. Where's Jess? There you are. Jess grew up to become a stonecrafter. Let's give you mining. And basic doctoring stuff, mechanics, and armoring. Armor smithing. We don't generally make armor, but when we do, you get to work on armor. Hell yeah. Speaking of glass tube, it's time to get back to chiseling away the rock. A promotion? Nah, just birthday. Birthday, go to work. When bodies just like ragdoll in very satisfying ways in Jupiter Hell, it's very funny. Yeah. Speaking of, is that at 666 reviews yet? Kind of makes me sad because they've basically just like dropped off of all of the sales charts now. Because the launch hype is officially over for that game. Like currently they're what? Yeah, number 912 on the top sellers list. They hovered on like the 130 for quite a bit there, and they hovered like 130 for a bit there, and there was a point where they were in the top like 15 right after Co-Carnage played, but it's fallen down. You'd be able to use the laser emotes? Well, that's what we have this for now, but like you can't see it. But even the stationary version, you can. Even the stationary version, you can. You can make it work. You can make it work. I just hope that Jupiter Hell gets their overwhelmingly positive reviews back. We just need a couple more people to update their early access reviews or a few more new people to review it. Because that game deserves to just like get and hold that overwhelmingly positive review score. I'm really sad they didn't get it on the overall score. Never have I been so upset about some fucker with sticky keys enabled. Oh, it's Hassan Abi. I don't really watch Hassan's streams. Political commentary streams are not really what I come to Twitch for. I don't mind watching people talk about politics, but if that's the whole point of a stream, then meh. Which ones move? The ones that Stone just posted. Here, I can show you. Just gotta zoom all the way in. You got debug. You got jams. You got dance mech. YouTube. You got this big old laser. You got a waving panda. No, I don't always have my chat that zoomed in. It's normally at this. Good job, Stone. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know Hassan at all. Like, at all, at all. It does look cool. Get mobile support, please. Yeah, I completely agree. I hope that comes through sooner rather than later. Because I think that'll be a massive benefit to mobile users. Just kind of sucks that people don't, you know, get to see them because, you know, Cooler put a lot of work into it, so. Although, on the bright side, at least you guys get, like, a single, like, frame of the emote instead of, like, what Better Twitch used to be, which was just, oh, you just, you just see the word, right? All right, we are up to, no, it's like, why are none of the buttons working? I hit caps lock. 292 Midsummer. 292 Midsummer. I have some more tea in the fridge, and my my tea is getting a little low. I will be back in a second. I'm gonna go fill up my tea. BRB.
Woohoo!
Humans have gone on their journey. Excellent. And I return. My jar of tea is full. On all platforms at once, so a bunch of their viewers don't miss out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they should. That would be a lot fairer, Dragon, but the issue is when you work in a...
Put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's hard to talk over that. It's, the issue is it's like when you work in a corporate environment, it's like, unfortunately, the reality of development is not always that cut and dry, right? Like, it's just, it doesn't always work out that way. Well, I mean, it's a resources issue, right? It's corporate structure 101. Unfortunately, not everything gets done on time. You think of me every time you eat ketchup? Excellent, it's working. What about mayo? I don't think I have as visceral a response about mayo as I do to ketchup. Don't use that emote in my chat, Dragonmans, or I will ban it. It goes against my personal religion. So because of religious harassment, I will have to remove that emote if it gets used too much. I'm kind of joking, but I also realize I'm being so dry with the thing that I'm saying, it might not come across that I'm joking. So GoDappy. I don't know what that means. But hello. I hope you're well. What's up? And Winditar's tantruming. We can get 2 prison sentences at once. The other one didn't even do that. That's what I think it is too. But I also don't read French. It's okay. One of my mods speaks French, so I'm sure we'll be fine. Dyer's shop. What button is the Dyer's shop? D. All right, so you broke a Dyer's shop. Now you're and I think you did it somewhere where probably nobody saw you. Here? Yeah, of course Pepe's banned. Whoa, a statue got toppled. That's quite the crime, my dude. And then Belug's like, actually. All right, so 1 point of disorderly conduct against Free. Has Free ever been to prison? I don't actually know. And Winditar is toppling stuff as well. Where's Winditar at? Maybe I'll get, like I said, maybe we're gonna get a full prison in a minute. Oh, great. We got a beating of a criminal happening. You're throwing around the king's arrows. Now, he's not going to like that very much. You know that, right? Okay, so Free gets a beating. Winditar has committed a bunch of crimes and nobody's seen him. If they topple any furniture in a temple, they can get cursed in Fortress mode. That's how we got a vampire. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Pepe was used heavily by alt-right hate groups as a symbol, right? And then there's people who just really like the meme who want to reclaim it as their own, which, you know, fair. I can respect people's desire to get that emote back. I just think it's a shitty meme. It's literally that simple. I think it's a shitty meme, and I don't like looking at it. That's the reason it's banned. Not because I actually really hate Pepe or anything, or because I think it's a symbol of alt-right. I just don't like the way people act when they're posting Pepe memes. That's basically it. It just brings out... It's one of those memes that just kind of brings out the worst in people often. Same with Omega Lol as an emote and like Keck W and all that bullshit. It just... gives people a license to be an asshole, in my experience, more than anything. I mean, go hang out in big Twitch streams and you'll see what context it gets used. Keck W is I'm stupid. All caps Keck W. And that's the one that I've had people get ridiculously mad over. If I can't express my laughter, how can I hang out in this channel? By not laughing. I mean, if you're a member of the alt-right, I'd rather you weren't here, Renee. I mean, I still allow feels good and feels bad, man, because those I think are good emotes. It's the majority of the other ones that I'm not a fan of. Like, those I don't care, really. I mean, I'd rather you don't overuse them, and if you do overuse them, I will ask you politely to not overuse them, but I don't super care. I mean, I was kind of, I figured you were, like, just, like, goofing, but, you know, it's always a little difficult to tell. Now, another point of vandalism against Windatar. What's Windatar get? No sentence. What? 29 days in prison. Excellent. But no, you're fine, Renee. I could read through that. But it's funny because that's basically what that person said in regards to KEKW. It was so I can't be myself in here. I can't express my laughter. I was like, well, if being yourself includes posting that emote, then man, whatever are you going to do when you don't have any text chats anymore in the future when we're all in mind speak? Nope. You need to realize like how small and how small this world is, Dragoman, and how Dwarf Fortress acts when you have an extremely young world. There is very little in the way of developed plots and themes, and because we stopped world generation super early, there's very little of that stuff. This is a very low fantasy world, and we are very much the most powerful fortress in the world. So we don't really get plots to steal our artifacts because they're smarter than that. They know that they will die if they do. Do I speak the emotes when talking to people IRL? Sometimes I catch myself wanting to do that, but not really. No, not really. I used to work with, like, the last job that I had, which I talk about quite frequently because it was the last outside of Twitch job that I had, which was in McDonald's, which I worked for a very, very, very long time. Check that off on your bingo cards if you're playing bingo. But towards the end of my time at that job, there was a girl that I worked with for a bit named Mackenzie. And she talked like a Twitch chat. Like, it's hard to explain. Aside from that, she talked like a Twitch chat. Like, you'd say something to her and she'd just look back and just be like, lol. Or, like, she would use kappa unironically in sentences and confuse the fuck out of all my managers. She was, like, 16 and would just, like, do this constantly. It was the most old I ever felt working with her. And, it was very funny because the last day I went in there was when I walked in to collect, I can't even remember. I think it was my tax form or something. And it was like 3 months after my last day. Yeah, it was for my taxes, to fill out my taxes for that year. And I walked in to pick it up, and she was the one who handed it to me and said, so what are you doing now? Like, what job did you go get or whatever? And I was like, oh, I stream full-time on Twitch. Like, didn't, because I never told people at that job that I streamed on Twitch, right? Like, why would I want to bring that pain upon myself? So I never told people at that job that I streamed on Twitch. And she just looks at me and she goes, no way, you're not cool enough. There's no way you stream on Twitch. I'm like, well, bye. But she just had like this look of shock and awe in her voice. It's like, no way. I mean, I would sass at her back, and she would sass at me back and forth. Like, we got along pretty well at work, oddly enough, as obnoxious as her speech patterns were. So I didn't really take it as rude. It was more like a, you're fucking with me kind of deal. Did I time her out? How does one time somebody out in real life? Although I don't think Jack would mind me telling this story, but there's somebody who comes by this channel every now and again, is an old friend of the channel named Jack LaFear on Twitch. I used to watch his streams a lot back when he streamed a bunch. Now he does some indie game stuff every now and again, but now maybe she's been a sub ever since. No, I never told her my username, so she never would have found out. He was kind of an older Twitch partner. Like, he was a partner earlier on in Twitch's history, so he has the OG like purple Twitch hoodie, like the very iconic with the old logo and all that, and it has his name on the back and everything. And I think this was like 16 or 17 or something. And he went into Walmart, and some little kid called him out and said, "Yo, are you a Twitch streamer?" And he just looks at him and goes, because he told this stream on his stream. I wasn't actually there for this or anything, but so I'm retelling his story. And he said something along the lines of, "Yeah." And then the kid said, "But you're so old." Reference, Jack's like in his 40s. Like, you're too old to be a Twitch streamer. No way. Which is funny because I'm sitting here going like, and Cringer enters the chat, and he's just got like a gray beard down to all the way down his chest with that trucker look. One time your comp sci professor opened up class by shilling his wife's channel. What, like his wife's YouTube channel or something? Because that's funny. I like that. Please tell me it was completely unrelated to computer science, like his wife's makeup channel or something. Please tell me it was completely unrelated to comp sci. Tier 1 subscribers get 10 bonus points at the final exam. I feel like that maybe, considering like solicitation, like that might be enough to get him fired, actually. King doesn't want anything. All crimes have been committed. Nobody's actually in prison. I thought there was supposed to be a dwarf going to prison. Whatever. Now, class, go sub to my wife, or I will not let your bad grades slide when I decide who to fail. That is weird, man. Not that streaming Borderlands or Diablo is weird. Oh, hold on a second. Axon, I need to point out the irony here. Wrote her Twitch URL. She streamed something weird like Borderlands or Diablo. And then I know that you clarified right beneath it saying not that those are weird, but you're saying that in a Dwarf Fortress stream. Like, remember who you're talking to. Like, she's doing something weird like Borderlands or Diablo. Two very popular large franchises. And you're watching Dwarf Fortress. You're one of 76 people on Twitch watching Dwarf Fortress. Oh, actually, technically there's 88 people on Twitch right now watching Dwarf Fortress, but like I think I don't think the few, the elite, the rare gems of the deep mines that is Twitch. I like to tell people sometimes that I dust off the cobwebs in the like spider-filled basement of Twitch's underbelly. Ragswolf, it's good to see you. How you doing? DF isn't weird, it's just underappreciated. I mean, yes, it's underappreciated, but it's also kind of weird. It's kind of a weird game. I'm pretty sure even Toady1 would state that it's kind of weird. Thanks for the 3 cents. Cheers. Not quite the do, but it's 3 bits, not 2 bits. The 0.001 percenters. I actually wonder what percentage of the greater Twitch audience is watching Twitch. It's got to be like 0.000. Like, you'd have to look at how many total channels are live, how the total viewership. Yeah, shave and a haircut plus an extra shave for your friend. Or maybe that's the happy ending. It's a fancy shave and a haircut. I turned on caps lock again. What's up, Verbalix? Oh, jeez. Built that done. And I can ramp up over here. Got this whole thing down to a science at this point. I mean, think about it this way, right? A lot of you probably have watched me over the past week during Jupiter Hell's release. You know how many new people have piled into the channel during the Jupiter Hell release? Like, that wasn't a huge release or anything, but, you know, there was a good few days where we had like 100 plus people, more or less by myself, streaming Jupiter Hell over the past week. Hopefully, Dwarf Fortress does significantly better than that. Like, the number that I like to point out to people, right? There's this very handy-dandy list on SteamDB, which I will show you in a second. Steam Database has this list under the charts section, which is right here. This is the number of people who follow the game, right? Now, following a game means you click the button that says follow next to the ignore and wishlist button, where you get a notification every time there's an update, right? That's what following is. There is currently 11,000 people following Jupiter Hell on Steam, right? There was about 6,000 before the release. There's now about 11,000, right? Dwarf Fortress, which got updated 2 days ago. Currently, and it's not even out yet, has 93,000 people following it on Steam. It's not even released yet. It's also the number 13 most wishlisted game on Steam. Like, there's a lot of, and for reference, RimWorld has 400,000. RimWorld has 400,000. And RimWorld has been out on Steam and buyable for like 5 years. Like, how many does Factorio have? Like, that's another good analog to have a peek at. Factorio has... Apparently Factorio had 84,000 people watching it a few days ago on July 8th. What the fuck was that? Did somebody speedrun Factorio at GDQ or something? Anyway, Factorio has 300,000 people following it. 300,000 people following it. So, we'll see. We will definitely see. You literally just booted up Factorio. Yeah. Wait, right now? Who the heck is streaming Jupiter Hell right now? Oh, Elijah's is playing Jupiter Hell? No shit. Motherfucker. What the hell? Hell yeah. I like Elijah's. Good fucking dude. Actually, I'm friends with one of his mods, so. Wonder if Epion knows. I don't think so. Slaves to Armok 1? It was never finished, but it is playable. You could download it if you want. Let me get you a link. It's not publicly available. They took down this link for just to stop people from being confused. It stopped development in 2005. They developed it for 5 years, but that's a link if you would like to grab it. Wasn't it some sort of 3D game? Yep, it's a 3D game. Well, I don't know if you necessarily want a game that looks like that, but. Okay, well, Roland is in the chat now. Excellent. Cool. Good to see that. Elijah's might actually like that game too. All right, I will unpause DF. Should probably focus on my own stream. It's funny. You want to see a chaotic chat? Look at Elijah's chat. That chat is pure fucking chaos. Absolutely pure fucking chaos. You know, I don't mind that my neighbors have kids, but I do really mind when they have kids and then they let them play right outside of my sliding glass door and they scream a lot. It's very annoying. On the front page on release day? What, on Steam? Steam's front page is based on popularity. So if a lot of people are buying a thing, then it gets boosted algorithmically up to the top. Oh shit! Domenok has gone into a strange mood. How old are you, Dwarf? You're 1 year old. You're only wearing a sock, a shirt, and a glove. This dwarf just aged up old enough to be able to walk and hasn't even finished gathering all of their clothing, and they went into a strange mood. This is a 1 year old child who hasn't even finished getting dressed yet. One sock and a shirt and a glove. Yep, sounds good. This checks out, yep. And they're covered in water. They're soaked. Go get them, Babs. What are you going to go make for us? Claims a crash door shop. Of course you do, because you're a child. 1 years old and ready to rumble. One years old and ready to rumble, that's for sure. And Windatar is throwing a tantrum. You fucking shitbag. Clothing can wait. It's time to create. I like it. I like it. It's time to make a new creation. But child is just standing there, meaning we're missing some. So what are we missing? Stacked cloth. Yep, skeletons. All right, probably skeletons. Probably skeletons. I'm going to go to the animals screen. I'm going to butcher a hen and a rooster. because they're right there and easy access and easy to butcher. Actually, I need to butcher a bunch of stuff, so let's just butcher a bunch of stuff. I don't know what that means. Axon, I will be completely honest. I do not know what you are talking about. That dwarf has passed away a long time ago, probably of old age. I'm sure that'll be enough bones. Yeah, no, most dwarves probably usually live for like a month or two. Unless they die as a child. Yours definitely didn't, though. Yours was a miner, did a bunch of construction work and various other things. And there you go. Yeah, some weird people playing Jupiter Hell today. Weird people. It's like, well, Yahtzee's playing Jupiter Hell and nobody cares. No, actually, that's not true. Some people care. That would actually be really cool if, even though, like, I do not watch anything that The Escapist does now because I don't like The Escapist. Would be kind of cool if they got a 0 punctuation. Snowball effect. I kind of didn't feel much of a snowball effect, unfortunately. The thing is, like, you need a lot of the big people to get into it, and they need to stick with it for there to really be a snowball effect. Like, if Co-Carnage streamed it every day for a month, there would be a snowball effect. Or every day for a week, there would be a snowball effect. 2 pieces of Gabbro, some Cave Spider Silk, and Henbone. And you begin a mysterious construction. That is a very simple artifact. Child. Make us something good, yeah? Make it like an axe or something fun. Or a musical instrument. I don't know, like, the game kind of has, like, enough renown coming off of it that people are like, oh, yeah, that's awesome. But it didn't quite get the they are billions effect of, like, the first week there was, like, 5 people playing it. The second week there was, like, 10 people playing it. The third week there was, like, 50 people playing it. Instead, it's more like spikes. Like, one big person will stream it, and then they won't. And then another big person will stream it, and then it'll be done. And then another big person will stream it, and then they'll be done. A lot of one-offs, unfortunately. Not a lot of repeat offenders. A lot of the repeat offenders are a lot of smaller channels. Like, there's quite a few smaller channels that have actually, like, picked up Jupiter Hell and have started playing it more and more, which is really cool to see. Like, there's a handful of people that are, like, learning the game on Medium right now that are like, yeah, no, we're gonna keep playing this. Like, this is gonna be my Friday game now, kind of thing. And I really like that. So I think it'll be significantly less interesting to see who picks up DF, because DF is going to sell to a lot of people. DF is going to sell to people who like RimWorld, which is a very wide community of people. It's also going to probably sell to people who like games like Factorio, just because of renown. And it's also going to sell to people who like games like Stardew Valley, because you can play Dwarf Fortress like Stardew Valley. You know, very chill, laxed out, and just pay attention to the relationships and, like, focus on just getting harvests out and selling stuff and not really fighting. Because you can play the game that way. So Dwarf Fortress is going to just be a very wide group of people. And I know a lot of big streamers have already stated they're going to play it, so I don't think it'll be too shocking. I know it'll be successful. I'm more worried about getting buried, to be honest. Enjoy your lurks, Nano Chip. Cheers. Perfect sub badge for that emote. What, for Elijah's stream, Diamond? Stone, heads up. It's paperwork season. The annual tributes from Basti Pime and Nulan Abo have arrived. We are doing mass slaughtering of my animals because I got way too many of them. Looks like my goat finally died too. It's unfortunate. Should dump that corpse. But it's time for laggy season because the humans have arrived. You started a chess match? Do you want me to screenshot them for you? I didn't really ever think of you as a person who would play chess, though. Interesting. All right, I will screenshot them for you then. I don't know, you've just never talked about chess before, so I didn't know you played chess. Chess is fun. I got good enough at chess to sometimes beat my dad, so not very good at chess. Adra, what up? It's good to see you. Hit Q and select the dwarf. Dominok, the dwarven child, has created No Baltavgush Ishabubok, a Gabbro earring, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Near Iral Wind Mansions. I think that is this dwarf's mum. Let me double check. Yes. This dwarf made an earring and dedicated it to his mum. Her mum? Their mum? Her mum. She made an earring and gave it to her mum. It's worth 6,000 Zathal. This is a Gabbro earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned Gabbro cabochons and decorated with chicken bone. This object menaces with spikes of Gabbro and cave spider silk. Very simple. No bullshit. Nice earring. I just gotta find it. There it is. Speaking of, to make 2 traction benches. If the initial list is already big, the release day will be huge. And then the other people are going to see big people play it. Oh yeah, Dwarf Fortress is going to be huge on release day. My concern isn't Dwarf Fortress not being big on release day. My concern is me getting buried. So I'm going to need all of your guys' help when Dwarf Fortress finally gets released. Because I need assistance. Actually getting noticed, most likely. Because, you know, I can pull 100 viewers on a good day by myself. But there's going to be a lot of people streaming the game, most likely, and a lot of people with more viewers than me. So I will be hoping my team helps me that day. I think they will, though. I have faith. Where is that horse? There you are. Keeps telling you you need chains to make a trap. That is the smallest Council of Men tribute I've seen in a very long time. Stone, it's your lucky day. It's easy. Easy paperwork. It's half a page. Experienced DF player in the title. Oh, I will definitely have thousands of hours. Ask questions. New fort tutorial bullshit in my title. You bet. You bet. You bet. I will absolutely do that. I also want to try and have Tarn Adams on the stream like within 2 weeks of launch at some point. I'm sure he'll be fucking busy, but I will try and have him on at some point to talk about what's next and all that shit. So, I mean, I'm sure we'll do fine, but, like, here's the thing, right? I've banked kind of a lot of the future of my stream on this game, which is not a wise thing to do as a streamer, right? It's generally not advised to just kind of put a lot of your faith into one particular game. Or in my case, it's like one particular kind of person who likes a particular kind of game, right? It's like I try to appeal to an audience who likes games like Dwarf Fortress and also games like Jupiter Hell and games like NetHack and games like Brogue and games like Cogmind and that sort of stuff. That's what I try and appeal to. But that being said, it can be... I think we should make bone crafts for a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Bone crafts. 400. Let's slam that shut. After I forbid this, just so nobody gets crushed by mistake. I do honestly think that it is silly of me to do that, banking so much on one or two games, basically. But I do really hope that launch goes well for this game, and they do well. And I hope that a large number of people discover my channel, and I hope that my channel grows enough that I can just sustain kind of indefinitely off of it. That is literally my hope, which is a huge hope. So, fingers crossed. If not indefinitely, then at least for a considerable amount of time. Can I make out like a friggin' bandit? I mean, I've never made out with a bandit before, so I couldn't tell you if I could do that or not. Alright, I can unlock this door now that we've smashed stuff with the garbage masher. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely, Dragonman. I will do all of that trashy streamer bullshit. You bet. You bet. That's all gonna happen. Think many people in chat would say that this is not DF because they only know the Steam version. What, for this? Doubtful. I don't think people are all that dense. What I wouldn't be too surprised to see would be people saying things like, oh, this is old DF or something. You know, like, I do... I do think that that is something that you'd see, especially if you're streaming like DF Classic or old DF or whatever the heck you want to call it. Also, I'm going to go use the toilet again. This bloody tea is just making me need to pee constantly. Back in a sec. Chat, I got very bad news. I just heard a sound outside. And it's a sound that I have not heard in a very long time. In fact, a sound that I have not heard since I was in music school. And it has been, oh boy, probably, I quit music in like 2009? Very high-pitched, whirring sound. It sounds kind of like a beehive trapped in a bird's nest. Or no, it's like a beehive trapped in a hamster ball sound. A very... It's somebody learning the flute. This horrible screeching sound. Tinnitus, basically. I think someone's learning to play the flute in my building. So I recognize that sound, and I've heard it before. It's not pretty. Let's make some more glass blocks. So sand, 300. Charcoal, 300. Glass block, 300. It's a local kazoo enthusiasts practice session. Oh, that would definitely cause it. There's somebody who... Okay, so true story. There's actually somebody who plays trumpet in my building who's really fucking good. Or not my building, the building next to mine. I don't know exactly what unit they're in, but there is somebody who plays trumpet in my building, or in my neighboring building, really, really, really fucking well. And I heard it a few times during the pandemic. It was really nice. But I don't know. I have a feeling that when Dwarf Fortress hits Steam, I think people will be a lot more accepting of the old stuff. Because people already are, right? Like, even people who are interested in DF but, like, have no desire in playing it or all have, like, a heavy respect for this game, right? Like, you don't really hear people saying, like, weird things about the visuals of Dwarf Fortress outside of, like, oh, I don't play this game because it's ugly or whatever. But generally, people have a lot of respect for this game. Generally. Also looks like Elijah's already done with Jupiter Hell. Like 30 minutes, maybe? Yeah, he's playing Project Zomboid now. Oh, well. How well. You need to find a sax teacher? Are you trying to make a bad joke, or is that a legitimate statement? Because, like, learning to play the saxophone and learning to play winds is actually, like, easier than you think. A lot of, like, music stores, like here, we have, like, Long and McQuaid. Long and McQuaid will do winds, brass, and guitar lessons. So if you want to learn, like, winds or a brass instrument, you could do it there, or guitar. And then they recommend you to a string teacher if you want to learn, like, cello or violin or something. I don't know if you have any local music stores or, like, what part of the world you're in, but, like, finding, like, saxophone lessons is easier than you think. And also, another thing that I would say is buy yourself a cheap saxophone, like, used or something. Go to YouTube. Like, I don't know if you're any good at self-teaching yourself things, but it's actually quite easy to learn musical instruments now just through YouTube. It's quite easy to just, you know, get into that and get through that learning curve that way. Oh, you lost the chess match? Hey, at least you don't have a lot of paperwork to do. Paperwork's easy this time. I was wondering why DF wasn't working. I still had the Twitch chat selected. Like, there's whole YouTube channels that are dedicated to learning specific instruments. Like, you can do a lot on it with just YouTube. All right. Let's bring a bunch of crafts to trade with these dwarves. Yeah, no, YouTube is actually like kind of the most powerful tool you'll ever have now. Suppose the instructors would tell you not to start any bad habits. What? Learning to play. Are you suggesting that you're more likely to pick up bad habits if you learn from a YouTube video? Yeah, true. But like, learning from a YouTube video could like teach you the basics of like how to like clean, tune, hold, and that sort of stuff. But like, I don't know. As a child, you need very pointed guidance to learn a game, or not a game, to learn a musical instrument. But as a grown-up adult, like your flexibility gets significantly wider, right? Like you can intuit and just learn things on your own time a little better. Like you don't actually have to spend as much time with a teacher as an adult as you would with a child, unless like you're trying to play the instrument professionally. I mean, true. I mean, a lot of rock and roll music is born out of not knowing how to play the instrument properly. Yeah, that yak made it very small. Speaking of, I should slaughter that yak. You really have to thank the yak, what, for it not being a super long tribute? I mean, yaks are heavy, so they take up a lot of space. Damn, all those wins. Good job, Dawn of Minstrel, Frogfire, Stone. Hell yeah. They should be taught to properly prepare the yaks before tribute. Yeah, we want it to be sent in the format of cooked yak and yak bone crafts and bracelets and leather and all of those useful things instead of just a full size yak. I mean, come on, what do they expect us to do with this freaking yak? Ballista arrows and animal traps. Wood, animal trap 3, ball ass 3. Also, hey, habitual. Be well. I also brought prepared yak spleen. I wonder if that yak is missing a spleen. It's like, this yak has had some strange surgeries not so long ago. I wonder why that is. Considering she was a yak cow, that could be... they could have been maybe they were just like in a rush and they were like, okay, what are we going to give them for a tribute this time? Crap, we don't know. Well, how about we just head out now and we'll send you with this yak and make everything that you can from the yak before you get there, and then just make sure you have cheese ready by the time you get there, right? Anybody here lacking an appendix? Kivish says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Why am I doing this voice? I don't like it. Man, they really, really, really want paper sheet. You know, that I could actually sell them, I think. Oh. I mean, I can give them my sheet bin. Which is a weird sentence to say. Was it butter? I think it was butter. That's where you make butter by putting bags of like milk kept on the to turn it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's butter. I'm pretty sure that's butter because butter predates yogurt, as far as I know. So in those saddlebags are definitely bags of milk. You won't believe it, but definitely bags of milk. I mean, bag of milk is less weird than tea in a mason jar. I'm actually kind of surprised nobody's asked if this is pee yet, because it is kind of that color. Like, I do assure you it is white tea, though. Silver Needle, to be specific. It's very mild, lightly colored tea. It's just iced, and I made it in that jar overnight. Why am I not drinking coffee? Because I woke up this morning with a splitting fucking migraine, and coffee and a migraine just makes my migraine worse. So I've taken some meds, but like, tea's better for that. And I had iced tea made anyway, and I was gonna have less coffee today and just have mostly tea. But this actually has more caffeine in it than coffee does, by a considerable amount. You're actually supposed to mix this tea with other herbal teas. So it's actually way more caffeine. Looks like something you'd see a doctor's appointment for. I mean, yeah. I had a friend kind of recently ask if I wanted to come over, but with the caveat of that they had to pee in a cup every, like, 4 hours and put it into a jar and then put it in the fridge for their doctor. I was like, you know what? I will just, if you want to watch something, we could just watch a movie on Netflix online. I'll stay over here, thanks. Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, I just took Advil. I didn't even take that. Migraine medicine is often way too strong for me. Netflix and chill, yes. Netflix and chill. That sounds like a brand name. Never heard of that, Axon. Equals intense color until you can't stand to keep your eyes open. Yeah, that's why like when people earlier or Prozac was earlier asking if I was gonna play Cogmine today, I was like, maybe. Keyword there is maybe because like I don't know, I don't feel brilliant right now. They drank water and held on until it became too painful. So one time their friends had a contest to see who could hold their pee the longest, and they drank water and held on until it became too painful. To determine that, they measured the output. 1.25 liters. So there was this contest that happened, and I don't know what group it was or who did this, but it was some video game publication. When the Wii came out, there was a contest, and I remember seeing ads for this, called Hold Your Wii for a Week and Get a Wii. And the whole point was, if you don't pee for a week, we will give you a Nintendo Wii. 2 people died. Sounds very dangerous. Yeah, no. I know somebody who tried. He lasted till day 4, I think. I heard of, like, this is something I heard about when I was very young, so I might be forgetting the details. Well, not very young, but like when the Wii was coming out, which is kind of a long time ago now. 4 days, yeah. How do you go without peeing for 4 days? I think it's because, you know, you have a publication that's mostly run by idiots. Have an idiot contest designed by idiots for idiots, and then idiots participate, and then idiots die. Can't fix stupid, stupid. People at a nearby university would occasionally die drinking too much water. What, like chugging contests? Oh no, we didn't get to trade. With the second round. If you lose, it's your fault. What are the uniques? I mean, in Jupiter Hell, with any run, if you lose, it's your fault, but... Contest or a hazing thing? That's disgusting. You know, genuinely, I am really fucking happy I never went to college. I am really fucking happy I never went to university or any of that garbage. That shit just seems like the most insufferable trash. Just, I can't even, like, describe how awful that, just reading that makes me feel. Like, that's just plain fucking gross. Simple as that. Like, and the actual, like, sad part about that, most likely, is nobody goes to prison for that, yeah? It's like, oh, kids just die from hazing, from drinking too much water. It's like, yeah, and how many people go to prison? Probably none. What, just chugging too much water? Wait, hold on a second. Drinking a lot of water is the hot shit for weight loss? I thought that just not eating was the hot shit for weight loss. Like... Why would drinking water make you lose weight? Maybe, like... There are those people who do, like, those juice detoxes. You do lose a lot of weight when you rot in the ground or are cremated. This is true. Fills the tummy. Yeah, it makes you feel bloated. It doesn't actually fill you, though. So what you're saying is people, like, remove their cravings by just drinking too much water? Huh. Drink a liter of water? That's... I don't usually drink a liter of water in a day. Although I'm probably almost always, like, perpetually dehydrated. Mid-autumn, 292. Maybe if you're an unhealthy actor. My one friend who actually made it into a acting career for a bit, he just simply had a gym membership when he needed one. I mean, you're supposed to have like 8 glasses of water a day. Like you're supposed to have like 8 glasses of water a day. I'll usually drink maybe a glass of water a day, and then a shit ton of coffee and a couple cups of tea. So I drink a lot of liquids. I just probably don't drink enough of the right liquids. You drink a measured gallon of water a day? Yeah, it's way more than I drink. Probably like 4 times what I drink. Maybe more than that. It's not even like a I do it intentionally kind of thing. I just never feel thirsty. The actual problem is like I just don't feel thirsty. But I'm also not like, you know, burning a ton of calories or sweating a lot, you know, with my very high amount of physical activity labor that I do, such as typing on my keyboard and occasionally clicking with a mouse to, you know, play Dwarf Fortress and put down pieces of walls and stuff. Like, such hard labor. Where's the mouse? This mouse? Well, you see, I don't know what your daily diet is like, Spitalier, but like I eat a half bowl of oatmeal for breakfast. 135 HP as a scout. You're just like upping your HP. What are you playing a medium, Axon? Like I eat half a bowl of oatmeal for breakfast. Usually, about half a cup of oatmeal raw boiled. That is about half a bowl. I'll have like either 2 pieces of toast and a vegetable, or a sandwich for lunch. And then dinner is usually like a single plate of pasta. Like, I don't eat a lot, and I don't drink a lot of liquids. Although I've actually like slowed down my eating again. I was eating quite a bit more for a while there because I was trying to get back up to 60 kilos. I'm back up at 60 kilos, so I can not eat as much now. My wife cries. Oh. So is that like what, an intermittent fasting type setup, or is that just you just don't eat breakfast? But yeah, eating because the wife will cry is generally a pretty good reason to eat, I would say. I'll be kind of honest. Whenever I'm around people who gain weight with no effort, I'm actually really jealous. Because, man, I have to, like, force myself to overeat. Like, it is not fun, and I do not like doing it. But, like, when all of my doctors are like, eat more food, I'm just like, well, but, like, I'm not hungry, so I don't know how to fix this. God, there's so many animals that need to be slaughtered. Keep a cheese plate on your desk? What, for me? Is that how to get fat? By Axon? How to gain a lot of weight by Axon. Keep a cheese plate on your desk. Here's the thing. Cheese has carbs. So every time I eat that cheese, I have to give myself an injection. Oh, I've done that for years. Dimple Tim. It's called mild alcoholism. Right? So, like, it's really easy for me to just not eat. Because it's like, well, I could eat, but then I have to stab myself with a needle. So, like, what if I just don't stab myself with a needle and then just don't eat? It's usually what ends up happening. It's like I'll be a little bit hungry and I'll be like, I could go for some food. I don't have anything that's carb free. All right. Well, I guess I have to, like, give myself an injection to do this. And, you know, I live in constant pain from these injections. So, because I have no fat on my body. So it's like, you know that feeling that you get in your arm after getting the COVID vaccine that everybody complains about? Imagine that, but in your stomach all the time and it never goes away. That's my life. That's just the life I live in. Butter cubes instead of cheese cubes? I don't really eat butter these days, but yeah, I'm sure that would do it. That also just sounds kind of gross, so I'll pass. Thanks. I just need to eat more avocados. Also don't, yeah. It's on my, oh my god, high cholesterol. She used to freeze, my Oma used to freeze butter, and then slice it and put it on her bread. I'd be in the running? Yep. Yeah, I would be in the running for chronic pain. Between the neuropathy and just, like, everything hurting all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be in the running for something, that's for sure. Ugh. That's my natural response to putting butter in your coffee. Ugh. Ugh. God. Like, even thinking about that triggers my gag reflex. Fuck off with that. Christ. God, man. Ew. I need some tea to clear the bad taste that put in my mouth. Reading it. Blech. 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 Think about the bright side. If I ever got kidnapped into one of those saw traps, I'd be laughing. I'd be laughing not because, like, I've already felt pain, but just because of how stupid Saw actually is, if you think about it. That's why I'd be laughing. Also, I'd ask for an autograph. I'd be like, dude, big fan! Fucking love Saw. Such a good series of movies. A nice cup of hot butter. Yeah, a nice cup of hot melted butter. Sounds like my grandma when she makes popcorn. A nice bowl of melted butter with some salt. And crunchy popcorn-like material. Popcorn-adjacent material. I've seen every single Saw film. I love every single one of those movies. Granny's cream hot butter ice cream. Something about that, King, especially with the tiny cap at the end, makes me think it's either like an Adult Swim sketch or an actual product that's disgusting. Also, how you doing, King? How's stuff? I've only ever had like maybe the weirdest sounding ice cream I've ever had is pistachio ice cream, but that's not actually that weird. I saw a pickle juice flavored ice cream once, didn't eat it. Was that a fair? I was like, you know what? I don't need that in my life. I don't need to try that. Still alive somehow? That's how I feel. Frequently. It's like, how are you? Not dead, I don't think. But Insidious and Conjuring, I genuinely like. Okay, pausing for a second, full screen. I genuinely believe that Saw 1, the first Saw, is actually one of the best suspense films I've ever seen. Like, it's genuinely an extremely good movie. The first Saw. It's all filmed in one room, more or less. It has like 5 actors in it. It's an extremely well-paced, great movie with an incredibly good twist at the end. It's an extremely good suspense horror film with some violence. By Saw 3, they're just straight up torture pornography. But Saw 1 is just an incredibly good movie, and if you like dark suspense and horror, I highly recommend watching it because it is unironically an extremely good movie. Everything else after that, they just turn into shock comedy, and I fucking love it, and it's stupid, and it's great. Especially Saw 5 when they rip the fat guy apart. Great movie. Great, like, they're awful, and I love them. But Saw 1, unironically, genuinely an extremely good movie. It's the weirdest sounding flavor I've had that I enjoy. Pizzicato. I've also had green tea ice cream. Green tea ice cream's delicious. Octopus Ink? Okay, you win. Octopus Ink ice cream, you win. People either love mustaches or they hate mustaches, so. I don't know. I always feel the need to like evangelize for the first Saw because people just write those movies off as stupid, which like, yeah, the later ones are. But like, the first one's a really good movie. So if you like horror movies, I highly recommend the first Saw. Like, watch it. It's good. I swear. I'm not pulling your leg. Off into pieces. And then making you eat it. You saw one of those? But no, I would recommend watching Saw. Saw is very good. See Saw's wall. I don't know if you want to see Saw's wall. I've seen Saw. I actually was on a seesaw earlier this year. Fun evening with a friend. That's what happens when you have two 20-somethings walk into a playground at like 11 o'clock at night. Find yourself on a seesaw. I mean, of course the villain's motive is preposterous. Like, everything about those movies are preposterous. But just as a survival scenario suspense horror film, it is very good. But, like, find me any kind of, like, slasher fic where the villain's, like, reasoning behind all of that is, like, logical. You know, like, it doesn't matter. You're gonna tell me merry-go-rounds still exist? I don't know about those. Yeah, like Scream. Scream is a great movie. Halloween is a great movie. Friday the 13th is a great movie. I mean, before, like, the bad guy in Friday the 13th, Jason just starts fucking teleporting through walls and gets, like, fucking force pull and force push powers. Before he gets the ability to, like, throw a metal spike, like, halfway across a building through a wall to kill somebody. Like, you know, before he gets superpowers. Back when Jason was still an actual person, supposedly. Allegedly. Although, another thing that I will say about Saw that's kind of underrated is soundtrack's really fucking good. It's a real fucking good soundtrack. Lawn darts. He just plays a lot of lawn darts. Just a fuck ton of lawn darts and bocce. That's how you get those skills. You know, you just gotta get those good arm throwing skills so you can take a metal spike out of the ground and throw it through a window, through a wall, into a bathroom to hit somebody through the head with it while he's fucking his girlfriend. Someone call an ambulance for you. Oh no. There we go. Animal count is significantly down. Perfect. I love that my old internet provider is sending me all these coupons that I don't, for a like internet service I'm not using anymore. Chicks have hatched. No. I gotta kill those. Oh, fortunately only a few. We're okay. Doesn't sound like a very wholesome meme, I'll put it that way. Oh, and winter's upon us. Time's moving kind of slower than it was now before. It's like 3 hours per year now. Whereas before it was about an hour and a half a year. Don't like that. It's the traders that slow it down now. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen the meme, so I have no knowledge of this meme. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need a full moment-to-moment description of it. No, that's all good, Diamond. I just was more talking to Piticato that I didn't need a full-on description of it. Let's do that and this. Move our way down to the next layer. We've got like 10 layers to go before we're basically where we need to be. 15 more layers. As that's what we're going for down here. I already filled it, so it's ready to go. And the actual like pump spot's gonna be right here. Right there. It's not a bad reservoir. Pretty happy with how the whole thing turned out. Pretty damn happy. Took a long ass time to fill, but pretty goddamn happy indeed. Now we just gotta finish building the tower down to it. Working on the last, or on more of a round of glass blocks. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm still hopeful that I can maybe finish this fort before the Steam version comes out. But I'll say this, in order for me to be able to do that, there's something that I really need that I'm not certain I have right now, which is a sudden, extremely large burst of energy where I don't have to deal with any chronic fatigue for like 3 months. If I could just have like 3 months without any fatigue problems and without any like pain problems, I could finish this fort. That's all I need is like 3 months where no big games come out that I really want to play and a lot of energy. And I could finish this fort. A G Fuel sponsorship? G Fuel would probably kill me, but something like that. Maybe like the energy of a G Fuel sponsorship without actually, you know, having to drink G Fuel ever. Although G Fuel would probably be pretty good if I had a low. The problem is then I would only be getting like an actual like ad read like once every 6 or 7 to 10 streams because I don't go low very often these days. If I go low, it's like a rare occurrence now. So we need a montage with a lot of dubstep and a lot of fake logos with my name in them, rotating around in 3D. Not fake logos, but I need a lot of 3D-ified versions of my logo. Just like spinning in a circle with weird particle effects all around them and dubstep going. Actually, so I watched a documentary the other day. And the documentary does an extremely good job of like dating when it was filmed. Because there's a scene where one of the people that the documentary focuses on is driving a car, and they're talking about the lab that he's heading back to, and about how they can't talk in the lab because like your mouth could have contaminants in it, so instead they choose to just listen to music. And so he turns on the radio in the truck, and it's Skrillex that he's playing, and he's like, yeah, this is what all the kids are listening to these days. He's like, I can get into it. It's just like, yo, Skrill, drop it hard. I'm just sitting there like, my God, this fucking age. He's like, you know, in his 50s, right? Inception horn noise. But I don't know. It's been a very long time since I've heard someone say, yo, Skrill, drop it hard. I hope you're doing well, Squawk. What's up, man? But I hope you're doing well, Squawk. How's things, man? What you been up to? How goes the, Scroll, drop it hard. Oh, God. Hi, back. It's good to see you again, stupid. Is that... Quick reverb sound effect. With farts. Yep. I have a question. You did get me. No, I have a question. Is all of the sounds on this YouTube channel farts? This is a wild YouTube channel. Most of these are like 2 seconds. Man, I'm making the wrong kind of content, chat. I like this one. It's like, it's just the same thing, but like with the Santa hat on it. My God. $15 million views for sad violin sound effect. What's funny is like they talk about how it's royalty free, and a lot of the things that are really high up here in the view counts are not royalty free. We music, background music is not royalty free. This person's uploaded a lot of like Kevin MacLeod music, which is royalty free. But there's a lot of stuff in here that absolutely is not. Sad trombone definitely isn't. You can get away with it, but it's very strange. It's like I'm getting mixed messages from this. We dug the lower tunnel out yet? Nope. Let's do that. We hold steal and re-release and claim that you own it. Trick. It's like all of those YouTube channels that just download songs directly off of YouTube that are released on official YouTube channels and immediately re-upload them to their channels, claiming that there's some sort of music network. Like all of those channels. Whereas some of them are legit, but and then it's like, artists send me their music for promotion. And it's like, uh-huh. Sure. I mean, yeah, some of those channels are legit, but a lot of them are kind of not. Or like they'll just have their own fucking label and then just release it on there and just be like, get your music promoted here, and then eventually people will like actually send them legit music. A lot of those channels like started off as just reposting channels. And then eventually someone actually gives them an official exclusive and then they blow up. It's a strange economy, the YouTube music economy. To be honest, I don't really understand it. Although I will say that sort of stuff used to be way worse on YouTube. Fortunately, like, it's gotten a lot harder to just, like, straight up steal content on YouTube. Same with Twitch. Twitch has made that stuff harder, too. Beware its poisonous snuggles. Noted. I will beware of its poisonous snuggles. What makes a snuggle poisonous? Is this a snuggle that you snuggle in and then you die later? Or is this, like, a snuggle that once you're snuggling in it, you can never leave the snuggle? I want to know the actual like threat response to a poisonous snuggle. Like how does one combat a poisonous snuggle? Do you just go snuggle with it while wearing a plastic bag, so that its poisons can't penetrate your fleshy human skin, Or do you just, like, you know, walk around it? So a giant weasel made of pool noodles, eh? It's like something I would see on Kim Possible. The real poison is in your heart because you can't snuggle it. You know, honestly, that's kind of the truth. That shit's kind of the truth. You're trapped forever in an ADHD executive dysfunction error screen, unable to get the motivation to do anything. Fortunately, I don't have ADHD. That is not on the list of bullshit that's wrong with me. I have like the opposite. I get hyper-focused on things and can't do anything else for very long periods of time. So I smoke weed to shut my brain off. Which means that's probably what I would do there, is I would just get high and forget that that fuzzy cuddle creature existed on my computer. Although we'd lose Crocodile forever. I can tell you for certain, I do not have ADHD. It's like everything is a symptom of cancer. You dual wield ADHD and ASD like a drunken weasel wielding pool noodles. Sounds like a fun, like, person to know at parties, but not somebody you'd want to be around on an average basis because it would be exhausting. No, if anything, I have something closer to obsessive compulsive or bipolar. That wouldn't surprise me. But I definitely don't have ADHD. It's like one of the most inaccurately diagnosed things ever. Well, it depends on the size of the party, right? My idea of a party is like 5 people tops. There's a Pokemon called Beware? What? Is that actual Pokemon bullshit, or are you like... Because I know nothing about Pokemon, so you could just be making every line of that up and I would believe it's true. I don't really want to click on this image, but here we go. Yeah, never seen this before. I will go back to pretending that I've never seen that ever. And my life will improve slightly. Like it just did, because I just closed that page. What are you describing, Scully? Are we still talking about Pokemon, or are we talking about something else? New? Oh. Yeah, no, that's like polar opposite of me. All right, so it's not very often I get like a full character sheet of a human being from somebody in my chat, but why are you just like telling us every detail about your life? We only just met. Well, don't be overwhelmed by the 71 people reading everything that you're saying. Don't be overwhelmed by that. The DSMV. I don't even know what that is. No, I wasn't talking about Poison Snuggles. Scully was talking about Poison Snuggles, and I'm just perplexed about everything I'm seeing in my chat. I'm trying to figure out what exactly we're talking about. Just scroll up to the start of the conversation, Basta. It's only like a line or two before what you said. Oh, hey, and we managed to get a dwarf caught. Good on us. Good work, guys. You did it. You got a dwarf stuck. Yeah, fucking did it. We'll get him out. It's gonna only take a minute. A book I will avoid. Thanks. What, all dwarves are ADHD? Well, what you also need to realize is the perception of time, right? A day in Dwarf Fortress is like 30 seconds. A day in our human realm is 24 hours. So for what is 30 seconds for you is 24 hours for your dwarf. So the time between tasks and actually going from place to place and getting stuff done is weeks, months of labor. For what for you would be 30 minutes to an hour, for a dwarf is literal years. So it may seem like they keep losing focus on what they're doing and want to do other things, but your perception of time is different than dwarves. Also, dwarves are not humans. Thus, dwarves have a completely different mental frame of mind, mental capacity for thought, capacity for ideas, intelligence, different mannerisms, thus not comparable to human conditions or chemical deficiencies in the brain, because they are not even the same species. Don't you get thirsty sometimes? It sounds like you haven't been giving your dwarves enough alcohol is the actual problem. You just need to remember, like, the difference in time passing. That dwarf will be fine for 3 days. They're stuck in a mine shaft. We know. We can go get them out. It's fine. Literally, this dwarf was in here for like 2 days. The dwarf that was in here. In the time that it took for these dwarves to come dig him out and rescue him, like they just did, 2 days. Yeah, exactly. Like what Stone said. It's like trying to ascribe human or chemical deficiencies in the human brain to an octopus getting distracted. It's like, oh, that octopus is ADHD. It's like, well, that's a very immature way of looking at that. A very baseline level of knowledge way to look at it. Well, I mean, if he's intelligent undead, who cares? You could literally leave him there for 10 years and he won't die. So if anything, the dwarf like doing something else and deciding not to let that dwarf out right away, who cares? Because they're intelligent undead. They're already dead. They're not going to die again. So, yeah, if you're thirsty and you need that drink of beer, go get that drink of beer and come back later. Or go get your wine or your rum or whatever you're drinking, dwarf. And then go dig the zombie out later, because it's not like the zombie's aging. Come on, zombie's got lots of time. Zombie's not even, like, bored. Zombie's perfectly entertained by the of being dead. So who cares? Sounds like it's time to move up to hard. Axon, I would say. Sounds like it's time to move up to hard. If you're beating medium 3 times, if you can streak wins on medium, it's time to move up to hard. How does it feel to be getting good, sir? Twitch has been super inaccurate about reporting view counts. I have a detailed account scanner. There's 82 people lurking in my chat. I'm assuming a couple of those are bots. And Twitch keeps jumping between like 70 to 80, 50, 70, 80, 50, 70, 80, 50. Like this is my view count tracker from yesterday. Here, I popped a screenshot of it up somewhere so I can just go grab it. But like, have a peek at this. This is my view counts from yesterday. It's like all of these weird like dips. That's not normal. Like all of those weird little blips and spikes, not normal at all. It's very strange. Twitch is like super inaccurately reporting view counts right now. And I wonder why. Three-quarters blurp. Good to know. I will add that to my stats sheet next time I'm doing a spreadsheet. 0.1% of my viewer base is only 1/4 bot and 3/4 blurp.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Hell yeah. It's nice to lose a run after 45 minutes rather than 2 days and don't run. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, why I recommend shorter games to you for a while. No! No! I feel like I could get into Cogmind, though. Being told that an experienced player can beat Cogmind in, like, 5 to 8 hours is like, yeah, I think I can do that. Yeah, I don't know. They just said no. Maybe disagreed that it's his favorite roguelike on the Citadel. Hey, Django, what's up? Wow, what a coincidence. It's also my favorite roguelike on the Citadel. Windatar is throwing a tantrum. Brilliant. And started a fist fight. And punched. You know, this dwarf is the apprentice of Therese and has beaten up Therese on multiple occasions. Multiple occasions. Multiple times in their career. Has beaten up their teacher. What a dwarf. Holy shit. Caves of Cud is similarly mean, though, in regards to long-ass deaths. I've had like 12, 13-hour runs killed in Caves of Cud. I'm sure this dwarf won't kill anybody. I'll be back in a sec. Well, Risk of Rain isn't a roguelike, so. It looks amazing, but so hard. I don't think, you know, the more I'm playing of Cogmind, the less hard I think it is. It seems very knowledge-based. Knowledge-based roguelikes aren't actually that difficult. Usually it's just a matter of understanding the terminology and learning it, and I think I can do it. Audio, what up? It's good to see you. It's just like Dwarf Fortress. Not hard at all. You just need to know the verbs and the terminology and what your tools and options are. Although the only like run-based game that I genuinely think is like far too fucking much for me is Noida. Like, that game does so many things that's like, this game looks interesting and looks like fun, but I wish it wasn't so fucking stupid. Like, that game's just plain dumb. Although, theoretically, if you were doing the endless runs in Jupiter Hell, that's 666 floors. And if, like, 50 floors is, like, 3 to 4 hours for me. Ugh. Audio, I hope you're doing well. How's your midweek check-in? All right, so you punched a couple people, Windatar. Let's put you back in prison. Hopefully you go back to prison. Another beating in 29 days in prison. My God. My God. I don't see well enough to get past the 3rd level in Noida. Let alone, like, not even the 2nd level, usually. Like, there's so many, like, individual pixels in that game that can just kill you. So today's been, Are you night shifting again tonight? No. So for me, I have 2 classifications. There's roguelike, which is a very specific thing. And then there's run-based games, which is like Risk of Rain 2, Noida, Spelunky. All of those games are run-based games. Because the only mechanic that they really have in common consistently with roguelikes is the nature of you going on a run. You started at the beginning of the game, you play, you maybe unlock something, you start again. Like Hades isn't a roguelike. Hades is a run-based game. In order to be a roguelike, you have to be very specifically like Rogue in a few very specific ways. That's why it's called a roguelike. It's just like we stopped calling first-person shooters Doom clones and RTS games Dune clones. It's because calling a game a Doom clone is stupid. It's a first-person shooter, right? Because the only thing those games have in common with Doom at a point was the part where you're in a dude's head with a gun shooting things, right? So, like, you know, you don't call Call of Duty a Doom clone. You don't call Arma a Doom clone. Which is why you shouldn't call Risk of Rain 2 a roguelike, because it's not. It's a run-based game. It's the only thing it has in common. It does, like, fucking Risk of Rain doesn't even have randomly generated maps. It has randomly placed loot, sure, but it's predictable as fuck. Like, there's no discovery in that game. There's no random elements in that game, really. It's pretty stable, predictable progression. In order for a game to be a roguelike, it has to be some form of grid base, either hexes or squares. It has to be turn-based, and it has to be a procedurally generated dungeon crawler with permadeath and no meta progression. Otherwise, it is not a roguelike. It's a run-based game. I love run-based games. Dead Cells is great. Hades is brilliant. Fucking wonderful games. Risk of Rain's amazing. Risk of Rain 2 is amazing. Whereas Jupiter Hell is a roguelike. Cogmind is a roguelike. Tome is a roguelike. Dwarf Fortress is not a roguelike. Not really. Dwarf Fortress has adventure mode, which is sort of... Which is essentially a roguelike. But Dwarf Fortress as a game is not a roguelike. FTL is not even close to a roguelike. Not even close. It's a run-based strategy game, dude. You unlock fucking ships, and its difficulty curve is terrible. It's also extremely predictable. No, not even remotely close. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure run-based strategy game. Before you ask, no, Binding of Isaac is not a roguelike. It's a dungeon-crawling bullet hell game. Neither is Enter the Gungeon. Those are all run-based games. They're great, but they're run-based games. Yes, but it's not a roguelike. It's a strategy game. At that point, we might as well call XCOM a roguelike. At that point, we might as well call Fortnite a roguelike, because you have permadeath in Fortnite, and you respawn in a random place every time in Fortnite. And it has random loot. The developer called it a roguelike. That's why it was called a roguelike. Well, Streets of Rogue is real time. Just because it has the word rogue in the title doesn't mean it's a roguelike. No, if anything, like, Streets of Rogue is like a run-based sandbox. Like, You don't think the term will change? Well, people like you aren't helping. I don't give a shit what you think. The term will change. To give you an idea, even recently, the podcast I listened to recently decided to stop calling games like Hades roguelikes because of Jupiter Hell specifically. They played Jupiter Hell and they're like, you know what? We have to stop calling these roguelikes because none of these are roguelikes. These are all just run-based games. It's true. People didn't think that the term would change with Doom and Doom-likes. So, at the very least, if you want to be a part of this channel and around me, and you don't want this lecture every day, change your vernacular and help us change this fucking thing. Because frankly, roguelikes are a very specific thing. Let them stay that really specific thing, even if it keeps them in a niche audience. That's fine. Just don't take the genre away from a very specific type of game. People got really pissed off when people started calling Morrowind, Skyrim, and Oblivion RPGs. They're not. They're open world action adventure games with RPG elements. They're not really RPGs. Icewind Dale and Planescape Torment, those are RPGs. Yep, Jupiter Hell is the creator of Doom or the roguelike. Yep. I don't understand the question, Demonoid. I mean, Minesweeper is a puzzle game. That's a different genre entirely. Also, you said Rouge-like, so I refuse to take everything that you say seriously. At this point, Demonoid, I'm just assuming that you're trolling and joking around. Morrowind is the closest thing to an RPG out of that list, but they stopped being RPGs a long time ago. Like, calling Fallout an RPG is a fucking joke. This poor dwarf. Sure, but RPGs are a specific type of game. And those people finally have their genres back thanks to games like Divinity. Then I stopped talking to them because I don't really feel like having discussions with people like that, Big Half. Well, then why would you be calling a toy, a physical piece of media, a rocket-propelled grenade, Digaf, at that point? If you're talking to someone who doesn't know anything about video games, what's the point of calling it a rocket-propelled grenade? You'd probably explain the themes and the mechanics to them instead of throwing terms at them that they wouldn't know because they know nothing about it. Zelda's not an RPG and neither is Mario. Zelda is an action-adventure game. Zelda's never been an RPG. Never will be an RPG. Not even close. There's no leveling in Zelda. Well, there was in Zelda 2, but Zelda 2 is a very different game. What genre is Snout? It's an arcade game. It's a score attack arcade game. System Shock? System Shock's an RPG. I have a question. Why are you guys being a bunch of cunts? If you want to be educated in fucking genres, go get educated in genres and fuck off about it. But don't be assholes about it. You're just being a bunch of assholes about it right now. This shit's not difficult. It's actually very simple. Every genre has strict definitions if you look for them. Nobody cares to. If you don't care, just leave me the fuck alone. But don't call roguelikes that are not roguelikes in my chat. Because it's a genre that I care about. Alright? It's that simple. Windatar is continuing to tantrum in prison. Can I boot you out of the fort? I might just do that. Yep, I'm just going to send you out of the fort. I'm not saving you. Give up. I'd rather have your spot free for a child. Well, you see, there's a difference between having an interesting discussion and just chat being assholes to me, and chat's just being assholes to me. What's the word on Dwarf Steam? Well, why should I actually answer that question? Just go watch the YouTube video I put up called Tarn Adams Talks About Release Dates on YouTube. I actually don't know because we don't have pennies. We haven't had pennies since 2012. And frankly, I can't remember. So I frankly can't remember. I think they did. I haven't seen a penny in a very long time. I mean, Canada has dollar bills. I usually have about $100 cash because that's how I buy weed, but I haven't seen a penny in a very long time. The only time all of the pennies in my house right now are American from when I go down to the States. Maybe if you're a stupid person, potentially. Probably not, because they did make billions of them. What, to buy drugs? I mean, yeah, kinda. Yeah. Nickels and quarters are fine. I don't know. I don't do change. I don't. I try and avoid doing change as much as possible. I just don't like carrying it around. I'm just all digital these days. No point in being physical with cash. That sounds heavy. You must be a weightlifter, Kufu. I mean, it wasn't stupid when $3 could buy you a house. Or $10 could buy you a house and 2 slaves and a wife. So yeah, it did make sense at one point when values were a lot lower. You love the design of the Tunicone? Dire! That was Tarky Kavi Ing thingy. Tarky Kavi Ing thingy. That's maybe my best sentence of the day. I hope your Tarkoving was good. What's up, Masters? You guys don't know the Dire Dwarf. You guys should go follow Dire Dwarf. He's on days now. He's part of my stream team. He's a good dude. He's been chilling on some Tarkov. I think he was playing Humankind earlier today. Well, hello, Mr. Mac. It's magical how that works. I am like the one person that uploads more than one Dwarf Fortress video a month, and I'm also the one person who's live with Dwarf Fortress with more than 5 people watching more than once a month. But seriously, Dyer, thank you very much for that raid. I hope that your stream was well. I wish the best of your day. Good, friend. But to anybody coming over from Dyer's stream, my name's Greg. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress and roguelikes, proper ones, and weird shit that I'm into. So if that's something you want to watch, what's up? I have a mason jar full of tea. Oh, it's not full of tea anymore, but it's too hot. And I'm like, I've shut down the AC for the year. I'm done with the AC, or I'm going to try to be for at least the next 2 weeks, because I got my power bill and it was way too much. So You still find it funny the New Zealand 10 cent uses the exact same body as the Queen or 10 these do? Oh, really? Huh. Lake Bear, thanks for chucking a sub out into the community. Cheers, man. That's the first resub in 3 hours. Cheers. Or the first sub in 3 hours. Were you watching Dire, Diamond? Spring has arrived. Means it's that time of year again. Now the important question is, did anybody die? That is the important question. And the annual tribute from Busty Just Muck has arrived. Are sieges on? Sieges are on. Yeah, I'm just avoiding them. Because I'm smart. Lake Bear, thanks for chucking a sub to Mr. Mac. What tile set is this? Audio's got you. With exclamation point tile set. Thank you very much for chucking a second sub out. You're also the first person to gift subs this week. And Mr. Mac, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. We are at war with goblins, technically. But they don't know we're here, so it's fine. I'm very good at avoiding combat in this game when I want to be. Surprise helmet face. I actually really like the two-factor authentication emotes. They're good. Stone, let me know when you got shit. When you got sit. You can turn them off, yeah. I don't have them off, though. I don't have anything off. That's why we have a rather large collection of caged guests. We have an Etten, Giantess, Minotaur, Forgotten Beast, Giantess, Vampire, an Etten, Beast, Giant, Minotaur, Cyclops, Giant, Minotaur, Giant, Forgotten Beast, Cyclops, and a Cyclops. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but they are my growing collection. Doubtful, but it's my last... It's if worst comes to worst, I will turn remaining dwarves into vampires in this fort, but I really don't want to do that. It's... I do not like managing forts full of vampires. Vampires are a pain in the dick. I really don't like it. So I will... Oh, fuck. What just happened? Why am I... Oh, I see. I was like, what just happened? Why am I... Oh. I pushed the wrong button. How the heck did I do that? Like, actually. Anyway, if worst comes to worst, I will make the remaining dwarves into vampires, but which is the reason I'm keeping him. It's like a, in case of emergency, use vampire. But you haven't had decent salami in a while. Alrighty, you have a good night, Audio. If you're heading out. How the heck? Like, actually, how in the hell did I change to the starting soon screen? Yeah. But no, I'm not going to use it for dwarf puting. I actually can't use this vampire for anything because the vampire is berserk. So this vampire was one of my dwarves, and they tantrumed and punched a statue. Then they murdered somebody and got given 150 days in prison. Put them into 150 days in prison, and they went berserk during that, which means they're unrecoverably insane, which is unfortunate. So I literally can't do anything with the vampire. Also, I have zero interest in making computers in Dwarf Fortress. Lots of people love that shit. I have absolutely no interest in doing that. So. This is my tavern. They cannot die? Yeah, which is why I'm keeping them as a like future proofing. I can always put them in a well. So why do you keep telling me that things are correct? It's like I'm well aware of this. No shit, it's correct. I wouldn't be saying if it was wrong. Vampires fated to eventually be slowed down to a crawl because of not drinking alcohol? No. They are always at 100% energy. Here's the part that you're missing, though. Because vampires can't have alcohol, their moods will slowly degrade. Their moods will slowly degrade until they eventually go insane. It's almost impossible to keep a vampire from perpetually going insane. Unless the vampire is kind of crazy. Which sometimes you get kind of nutso vampires in DF, but it's pretty rare. Usually they just slowly go nuts. So, I don't know if that's... Anyway, yeah, I have no interest in running a vampire fort. But I have absolutely no desire to do that. Well, we don't need soldiers, so why would I need super soldiers? Vampire forts are incredibly tedious and not fun to run. Not necessarily a slow descent into insanity, but they are incredibly tedious, and I don't really feel like running a tedious fort. This fortress is a lot of work to run because of how long it's been, and the last thing I want to do is make it tedious on top of taking forever. Yeah, which is why I've started ignoring everything that Exogrim is saying still. Although I've been half ignoring everything they've been saying since they were asking questions about RPGs. I mean, yeah, they're fun to mess with from time to time, but like I don't have any interest in doing that sort of stuff in a fort that I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. Like, longevity is the only point of this fort. So when people are like, are you going to use that vampire to make a computer? Well, no. I'm not going to use that vampire for anything unless I absolutely need to. It's an insurance policy. It's not something I plan to use. This fortress is near a year old, real time. In 9 days, this fortress will be a year... not even 9 days. On the 26th, this fortress will be 1 year old. Yeah, and I don't think you're listening to Stone's take. Here's the thing about an alternate opinion, though. An alternate opinion is not always welcomed. Unless it's asked for, it's not always welcomed. Often it can come across as know-it-all and annoying. There are ways to have discussions with multiple opinions, but sometimes the opinion that is being offered isn't welcome. It doesn't read like you're agreeing. But whatever. I think you need to work on your wording. Your idea of agreeing is not very agreeable via text. Vampires are the main component in making computers in Dwarf Fortress. Yes. What circumstances could force me to using a vampire? Loyalty cascade. If I had like 2 dwarves left and there was no chance that they would make babies, that's when I would use it. Naturally, Prozoc. Naturally. Very few people actually understand the concept of shut the fuck up when your opinion's not welcome. That's like one of the biggest problems with Twitch. Like earlier today, when that bloke popped into the chat and was just like, yo, hi, it's good to see you streaming. I'm just gonna hang out for a bit before I go off to stream myself. I'm like, rude. And then they were like, why are you mad? I was like, I just said that that was rude. I didn't say I was mad. And then they left mad. Well, I would like to change the subject, Exogrim, because I've discussed everything that you've talked about in the last 5 minutes and thought about all of it in this fort. And no, werebeasts really aren't a viable option, because if all of your dwarves are werebeasts and they all become werebeasts at the same time, you still get a game over screen. I tested this relatively recently. So for longevity, no, they are not a viable option. Could not disagree with that statement more, actually. I'm pretty sure they're making elf sounds, but not saying me, de, e. I don't think that's elf sounds. That would be like an animal walking around and the only sound it could make is the name of the animal. It'd be like a dog walking around saying dog, 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 dog. Wait, is that just a Pokemon? I think that's just a Pokemon, actually. Donkey, emu, great horned owl, yak bull, cougar, cardinal. Okay. Wait, that's Pokemon. I started saying what I was saying, then realized that I could lead into a wait, that's a Pokemon thing around halfway through that sentence, and then decided to just say, wait, that's a Pokemon. Just to be clear, the entirety of my knowledge of Pokemon comes from Pokemon 2000, the movie, at my cousin's birthday party when that movie came out in 2000. That is the entirety of my Pokemon knowledge. I know, like, nothing about Pokemon. With a ghost baby? Wait a second. So you had a undead baby? Or, like, an actual ghost? Because, like, a Spectre isn't a playable unit in your fort, but they can sometimes bug out and think that they're part of your fort. Which I actually had happen once, which was kind of awesome. And anime and a couple of video games. Although, King, I also have this option, which is just maybe next year. Next year it'll be, maybe next year. Year after that it'll be like, definitely next year. Year after that it'll be like, maybe next year. Can someone clip that so that it repeats infinitely? That'd be great. An actual, like, Spectre? That's an amazing bug. Because, like, I've encountered that bug before where it's just, like, they think that they're still part of your fort. I had a, in my Halloween fort last year, I had a dwarf that died in a fight, become a ghost, and then just go back and join the military again. And it wielded a sword, and it actually went off and went on several raids before eventually just vanishing. I mean, it's an anime, which means every episode is like 20 minutes long, so powering through 1,000+ episodes of an anime is like less ridiculous than watching all of Star Trek Next Generation, which I've done twice in the last 3 years. So, I mean, like, if I actually gave a shit, well, I mean, I probably totally could easily watch all of that. Will I? Fuck no. Absolutely not. DF words for union. Dwarven is Simor. Elven is Eva. Goblin is Bonguguk. And human is Gil. You know it's a good day when Stone is reading about Dwarf Fortress language. I feel like I'm out of wood. It's time to chop down some trees. Clear out the animal pens. Just enough so that the elves don't mind. Not too much. Not too few. Just what we need. Aww. One of my favorite stories about a ghost came in from somebody from my chat, and the tale was there was a vampire in their fort, and vampires have, or and just like Exogram's talking about, different ghosts have different personalities, right? But there was a vampire, and if they die in a horrible way, they could be a vengeful spirit, right? There was a vampire who murdered a dwarf, right? And the player noticed it murdering the dwarf because they become the vampire sprite right when they eat, paused the game and locked the door, right? So this vampire is locked in this room with this dwarf corpse, and he walls off the room just to like not let the vampire out, and just kind of went back to playing. Well, the dwarf became a ghost within a couple of weeks, and then the dwarf ghost proceeded to beat the ever-living shit out of that vampire. And because vampires just are more or less invincible wrestlers, right? Ghosts can punch you, but they don't do a lot of damage. But they can punch you, and they'll kill you eventually. And then it just started beating this vampire. And it took a year and a half in game time for the ghost to finally kill the vampire. Literally was just trapped in prison with it, that he memorialized it. Still one of my favorite stories about a ghost. I always love to tell that story when people are just like, oh, I had this good story about a ghost. It's like, yeah, well, this one. This is a good one. So, yeah, no, ghosts can be pretty fucking cool. Or they're just like the ghosts, that one ghost that I had in my fort the one time who was trying to make an artifact, got interrupted by a troll, and went berserk and then died to my dwarves. It became a ghost like right as I was memorializing its corpse. Became a ghost, picked up a table from my tavern, threw it across the tavern, cut a dwarf's stomach open so their entrails dangled out, took out a dwarf's head, and smashed another one against the wall with it. So literally killed 3 dwarves with one table. So I had that happen. Why couldn't I get the nice dwarf stories? Although I did also have that one dwarf that was a ghost that then joined my military for a bit. I mean, it was pretty funny. Like, I laughed pretty hard when that happened, but it was still kind of mortifying. I'm actually going to just cancel this, and this. I'm a little worried about branches falling down. Oh no, it's Abe. What squad are you in again? I always forget. Bottom one. That's a dwarf that gets depressed sometimes, and then I tell their military squad to go train, and it fixes them in a couple of weeks. I might actually, because cave adaptation's gotten a lot better since I walled off some of those underground passages. I think I'm going to wall off one more underground passage. I think I'm going to wall off this one. Because, like, right here, if I walled off this, right there, that will almost entirely fix, stop them from spending the majority of time that they do underground. About 530 hours? All right. Well, I mean, I've probably seen The Next Generation like 5 or 6 times in my life, so. Also, I love that I have 600 hours of Longdeath. Like, someone who watches all of Longdeath could have watched all of Pokemon, but instead watches all of Longdeath. No, it's 512 more hours than Pokemon deserves. Don't be that mean to Pokemon. So where are they going to go now that I've blocked that route? There are some stinkers. I don't know. At a point, it just kind of becomes background noise for me. I love watching Dwarf's path in a direction, and then suddenly it's like, oh no, we have to go the other way. That's funny. What, Next Generation is realistic? I don't know about that. That might be a bit of a stretch, calling Star Trek realistic. But it's good sci-fi, that's for sure. It's a good show. Oh, the dwarf pathing was... Okay, I was going to say, like... Yeah, I mean, because we did literally just block it off. No, but the mayor gets sad for a bit, and then they forget eventually. I wish I liked Voyager more. I just didn't like the cast in Voyager as much. It's the main problem I have with Voyager. DS9 and TNG are my favorites, though. Although I need to watch Discovery. I haven't seen any of Discovery. At some point, I need to pay for that fucking service that Discovery's on and then just watch it. Unless it's on Netflix now. Actually, I think Star Trek Discovery might just be on Netflix now. Is it on Netflix now? Maybe I'll just start... I'm kind of looking for a new show right now, so maybe I'll... Also, shit, The Joker's on Netflix. I need to watch that movie. Nope, it is not. So, yeah, I have to give the all-seeing eye some money at some point and watch that. I also need to rewatch DS9. I haven't seen DS9 as many times as I have Star Trek Next Gen. The only episodes, by the way, that I do skip, King, are some of the episodes in the first season in Next Gen. It's on Netflix, not in Canada. I mean, I literally just looked. Unless I spelled Discovery wrong, which I doubt. Star Trek Enterprises. Movies are Enterprises, Next Gen is, DS9 is. That Spock documentary is. The animated series is on Netflix? Excuse me? What? Why? No one should see that. Get rid of that shit immediately. Yeah, no, Discovery's not on Netflix in Canada. I'd have to use a VPN, which could get my next Netflix account banned. Rather not do that. Beardless Riker season is real rough. Yeah. I mean, they didn't have any money in the first season. Like, the budget versus... the budget versus season 1 to, like, season 4 is, like, amazingly wild. Like, the actual... The way that show looks in the first one. In Europe, that's on Netflix? Yeah, not in Canada. Yeah, no, it's on... whatever CBS Interactive's live streaming service is called. Of which there are many. I mean, I'm at a point now where like the only streaming services I pay for are Netflix and Amazon Prime. But I pay for Amazon Prime because I use the shipping. But the streaming films is a bonus. And then if I don't own a thing, I will rent it on YouTube. That's where I'm at with movies. And I don't really rent a lot of stuff. Netflix generally has more than enough stuff for me. Has all of the crappy, like, real crime shows that I want. So, keeps me going. Let's just make 50 ballista arrowheads. I think a bunch of those. Crank some of those out. Even other vampires will get upset that vampires are murdering dwarves over time. Exogrim. But I asked you to change the subject, and you're still talking about it. If you want to run Vampire Forts, go ham. Stone is trying to ask you to cease talking about what you're talking about, because what you're doing is putting information into the chat that people will think is easy to do and the game is designed for, right? The game's mechanics are not really designed for that. Yes, you can run a fortress of vampires, but the game isn't really balanced around the concept. No, you're talking about vampires in the prison system in Dwarf Fortress. I'm just asking you two to just stop. No, that's fair enough. My bad, I guess. But, like, I really would prefer that you stop putting incorrect information in my chat. Because you keep doing that. So, you know. Things like, oh, just don't have a criminal system. Yes, and then your entire fortress will fall into tantrums. It's just like, oh, if you get a mayor, just ignore them. I see people say that all the time. It's like, well, then the mayor gets super upset, and dwarves who are already upset want to talk to the mayor and can't talk to the mayor because they're even more upset. A lot of those are just snowballs. So, yes. No. Chat is for chatting. And you're in my house. And I don't really want you stating... Okay, hold on. Let me scroll up here. Yes, also convicting an animal or an innocent person... as long as you don't have a police force, yes. If you do, they can get arrested or beaten. You're missing out all of the issues of just simply not having a police force. There's a lot of problems with not having a police force in Dwarf Fort. But I give up. Clearly, I can't win nor manage my own conversations in my own chat room. So, you know, don't listen to me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't even know who you're talking to at this point, Stone. Good question, actually. Lots. A lot of unicorns. Cows and goats. I'm not mad. At what point do you think I'm mad? If you're going to answer a question, make sure that you put the possible negatives of that answer in the question. It's response. I'm asking you to not give players of Dwarf Fortress shitty advice. That's literally all I'm asking. Like Stone just said. That's literally all I'm doing. Life of Ryan B. Thanks for the raid. Cheers. Hope your stream was good. Literally, that's all I'm saying, is please don't give players of Dwarf Fortress bad advice. Well, I'm fucking sorry, okay? You're talking in my chat. I'm going to talk to you. And you do keep giving bad advice. You've done that multiple times today, right? So it's like, sorry? But you're still giving people bad advice. I struggle with new players who play this game on a frequent basis. Wow, what's going on right now? Jess, thanks for the raid. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. I'm having a very serious discussion right now. I'm busy. No, it's fine. Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody doing? How was Rim? Thanks for the raid, Jess. Cheers. But, no, essentially, I struggle with new players in DF all the time because people get crappy advice from people. I don't think Stone is capable of being mad, except for when we talk about anti-maskers. No, it's strictly just I run into problems with new players in Dwarf Fortress who are struggling with the game because they get crappy advice, right? And a lot of things it's like, well, I was just told to ignore this, or I was told to just not do this, or I was told to just kill this dwarf. And it's like, and then suddenly they wonder why all of these dwarves are having problems. And it's like, really, it's not that complicated. It's like just give people the correct advice on what the game wants you to do, and they will have a more enjoyable experience. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that your stream was good. Since you're here, I can tell you that you grew up today. You are now an adult of 13 years old. You're mad about being caught in the rain, but you were giddy remembering performing, which is accurate because you were just streaming. You would like to practice a craft, which actually I can get you on a little better. Let's give you some more crafting jobs. Let's see, has anything really changed about your mood? She personally would just as soon have the great outdoors burned into ashes and converted into a great mining pit, as strengthening after being nauseated by the sun. And you believe that it is there is little better in life than a good party. And you also believe that you think about introspection, and you value those that waste time in self-examination. And you think that those who waste time on self-examinations as self-deluded fools, and you believe that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold phrase and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. You strongly value tranquility and quiet, and you see war as a useful means to an end. You value tradition, and you see sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Oh boy. Consider it dropped, Grim. Jess has no evidence of growing up whatsoever. Technically, none of you have any evidence that any of us grew up ever, to be fair. Like, how do you know that anybody grew up anywhere, ever? How do you truly know that it's the truth? Because you don't. You never will. It's impossible to know. But thank you very much for the raid. You're on a winning streak? Hell yeah. How's the lava lamp going? I had to, like, slaughter a bunch of animals. So we took a break. But we're, like, 10 Z levels away from where we need to get to. Also, you made an artifact and dedicated it to your mum. Dominak. How's Mini Lake Bear? Did Mini Lake Bear die? No, Mini Lake Bear was not the one that died. Mini Lake Bear is 5 and doesn't feel anything after playing Make Believe. It's called growing up, child. Seems to be doing all right. She's always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings and is bashful. Yeah, your dwarf made a very simple artifact earring, but the fact that you dedicated it to your mom was kind of adorable. You on a daily basis. I don't feel anything with playing Make Believe. Just means you want to grow up. But yeah, the lava tower is on layer 111, and we're still going down. But we need to get to like layer 20-something. 120-something. It's like 126. So we're like, we'll get there next stream for sure. You have an awesome mom. Must be. Must be why. It's always adorable when dwarves dedicate their artifacts to their parents. But now we just gotta wait for the dwarves to actually bring this stuff down, because they're gonna be hauling logs for a while. They're gonna be hauling logs for a while. What were we talking about? I just got like extremely sidetracked. Actually, maybe not that long. Almost done hauling logs. Faster than I thought they would be. Maybe those are small trees. Must have been small trees. What are you up to? Still having a rough month, eh? Poor dwarf. You can really tell the difference in dwarves' strengths. The dwarves that are running super fast with the logs are really strong, and the dwarves that are moving really slow are not. How's Stone? She is... Where is she? Ah, training, currently. She is relieved when near a waterfall. Worried after being unable to take it easy for long? Well, I mean, you're training in the military, so that'll be why. Honestly, for 114 years old, seems pretty spry still, I would say. Unbelievably strong, amazingly agile, absolutely inexhaustible, and basically unbreakable. Almost never sick and quick to heal. And is currently training in a waterfall on a table. Sounds like a pretty good way to chill, not gonna lie. Seems like a pretty good way to chill. But yeah, no, sometimes miscommunications can be really tough in chat. But, I don't know. That's all good. Who doesn't, like, accidentally hit accidental buttons that weren't intended to be hit on a keyboard from time to time, Stone? It's, like, impossible to not accidentally hit accidental buttons that are not meant to be hit on a keyboard from time to time. A pub where everybody's enjoying. It's less of that, and more like, you know those things that they put out in like big fields on really hot days where that just like lightly mists you with water. It's just like a, just like a light spray of mist. You know what I'm talking about? Imagine that, but in a bar. That's what it's like. Or that's how I imagine it anyway. I may be off base, but. And then there's you being miserable. I mean, they're training. Dwarves like being sprayed with water. Yeah, Stone's had a few. She's had some rough times. 105 years? I thought she was 115. Did I misread? 114 years, actually. Well, she doesn't have a beard, so she's a lady. The dwarf she's fighting with does, though. No, not that dwarf, but Abe does, wherever Abe's at. Where's Abe? This dwarf. This dwarf has a beard. How's Aqua doing, actually? Delighted near a waterfall. 114, yeah. I mean the best thing that was foreshadowed today was Dominok making an artifact while at the time wearing a sock, a glove, and a shirt. That was it. It was a sock, a glove, and a shirt covered in water, making an artifact in the rain. Yeah, she definitely had a few years where she was really tantrumy. Or if not tantrumy, then like borderline tantrumy. But we were able to fix her. Stone was indeed a depressed child, yeah. There was a depressed child who then continued to be depressed into their like middle-aged years. Then we eventually fixed her. We did eventually fix her. It took some doing, but we got her there. Your dwarf doesn't feel anything. This probably means you got a severed tendon in your back. Sometimes, Diamond, you say things and I just get so confused. Are you saying like a beard for each armpit? A beard for the face and a beard for the... Like, I don't know. How does somebody have 4 beards? Like, do I want to know? Should I ask? I don't know. I mean, doesn't feel anything doesn't mean that you're sad. It just means that you're indifferent. It's like saying I'm mad all the time. It's like I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, no? Also, you're plagued with a copper hammer. I mean, that dwarf's quite happy. Happy and disgusted. Sounds like growing up. Like sociopath versus psychopath. Fair enough. Fine line between having no empathy and having no care for life. And we're making leather gloves. Well, at least Murphist is getting some happy thoughts. Need some more leather works. Kind of real bad, actually. I had 2 more, but they got broken a while ago. Like how you're scathing sarcasm at those anti-mask signs you mentioned on Discord a while back is still in your head. I mean, it was good scathing sarcasm. It's just, it was such proper sarcasm was why I appreciated it so much. It's just the way that you worded it was perfect. Also, for whatever it's worth, all of those signs are either graffitied to death or gone now, so they didn't last very long. It was indeed the most vicious I've ever seen you, but it was the most British vicious I've ever read, which is why it sticks in my brain. Take over Eurus, kill all elves party. I mean, I hope not. We like elves here. We like elves here. Although I don't think that... Hold on. We can find out. Is Mini Lake Bear racist? She is always in love with somebody, very easily develops positive feelings, is bashful, and she could be considered rude, though she finds rules of etiquette to be valuable. In the abstract, she prefers to present herself modestly and be brave in the face of imminent danger, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this since she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Not racist. So, doubt she will join the Kill All Elves party. Doubtful. Granted, she is a 5-year-old, whoops, so that opinion could change, but still doubtful. The main racism trait is the dislikes others who appear unusual or live differently, I think is the wording. I might have the wording off, but distrusts or dislikes others who appear unusual or live differently from herself. Those are basically like, guess what? Your dwarf is racist traits. Yours is getting on here. I mean, who is getting old? How old is Clay? 153. This dwarf was born in this fortress. A brick of clay. This bloody dwarf. 153. Feels like it was so long ago. Was born in the year 140. That vampire that I was talking about that's in the wall has been in the wall longer than this dwarf has been alive. That's kind of wild. It's the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Pretty sure Dragon Man joined the fort in like year 30 or 40 or something. It's so long ago. So goddamn long ago. I would love if you'd just programmed a bot to just type in Gremlin for mayor once every like 30 minutes or something. Just so that I never forget. I'm looking for the word stories. There we go. Now I'm scrolling up, scrolling up. All right. Don't stop, please. Cry sometimes. Pickled me. Kumquat. I slaled. Actually, let's bounce. Ventriloquists are creepy. Not only mad. Stop ventriloquists from being creepier than lampreys. Stone bed shenanigans, dwarven nobles isn't smart. Life is fish. Space is the goal? Yes. That tastes like reality. Ice looks like ice. There we go. We're all caught up. And it is now summertime. Summertime in Longdeath. Or in the city. Also, I should probably say this because I feel kind of bad. I do apologize, Exogrim, if you're still lurking, for completely misreading a conversation and being a bit of a dick. Most dwarves have a 40 to 60, which is no strong opinions, or the least tolerant is 0 to 3. Cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. The highest is 91 to 100. Is not bothered in the slightest by deviations from the norm, or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. I've seen the most extreme one. On both ends, actually. I had a mayor once who was very much on the not tolerant end. Later we went and looked up their history. They got kidnapped by goblins 3 times. Turns out goblins were pretty baked into my dwarven faction. That made up most of my faction's royalty. Tolerant also does impact relationships, really? Excuse me. I wonder if they care about where a dwarf was born. I really want to ask Tarn about how racist dwarves are at some point. I just don't know how to word it. It's like, what makes dwarves racist? What does low tolerant do? I mean, maybe. How does dwarves' tolerance of other species and civs affect their day-to-day lives? Hearing a really weird sound. I'm trying to listen to it. Almost sounds like like somebody crossed an owl with a dog, and it's like barking. The fuck is that sound? Yeah, I definitely hear it. Certainly not in my noise machine. Maybe it's just a really weird howl. Somebody left their dog alone or something. It's just a really weird sound. Not an unpleasant sound, it's just a really weird sound. Very strange sound. You ever just hear a weird sound and you're like, what the fuck is that? And then you spend way too long trying to figure out what it is, and then it turns out to be something really boring and mundane. And you're like, why did I make such a big deal about that thing? But yeah, AMW engineer. I don't actually know how to say her name. This is a fortress that we're trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. We're trying to beat the world record, which is 500. We're almost, well, we're past halfway towards beating the record of 500, which is the actual like main goal, is to try and make a fortress that lives longer than 500 years. Wagner? Like Wagner? I don't believe I've ever actually said your name. Close enough. Okay, I'm just gonna call you AM if that works for you. Because that I won't fuck up. Yeah, almost 1,000 years. Almost a year of real time has it taken to make it halfway to 500 years. Basically. Which means hopefully by this time next year we'll be at 600 years. Hopefully closer to 9, actually. Gosh. We're making way better time than the world record does. Although there is also the other side note possibility of what if like Steam version comes out and I just get really distracted with doing different forts for the Steam version and then forget about this fort for a year and then come back to it. That might actually end up being the full, how do I explain it? Full circle arc for this fort. Values are significantly different, i.e. greater than 61 dwarf and then less than 40 in another will contribute to formation of grudges. Huh. Alright, that sounds like an interesting thing to make Tarn talk about. Noted. We're all assuming that, but Tarn has not said one way or another about whether or not save files will be incompatible, and every other version of Dwarf Fortress is compatible. So it's really kind of difficult to say whether or not the save files will be incompatible. If the save files are compatible, however, it would be fucking wild to just turn on this fort in the Steam version, though. We'll dislike one another just like real life. So, just like real life. Not every version. Let me correct myself. Most recent versions have been compatible. There's always like balance changes, but most of the balance changes in DF end up being in the world generation side. So any world generation side, like this version is compatible backwards to the previous one and forwards to the next one. Because I'm one version behind right now. I mean, like, I think most save files from 2014 still work in current versions of Dwarf Fortress. Because I know one person who has a world from 2014 that they play on the most recent version because they're so attached to that world. So, I mean, it's possible it could work. And if it does, that would be pretty cool. I might actually move it over. Oh, absolutely no harm in just trying it. No, totally. I mean, like, I know for a fact this version works with the next version, but the next version has a few bugs in it that I kind of want to avoid. So, I mean, when the Steam version comes out, I could see myself trying to make this save file work. And, you know, it could be neat. You know, like, a lot of people have seen Longdeath, so to suddenly see Longdeath with the new graphics would be really cool. You know, like, I talk about this show, or this fortress as though it's something that that's quite important to me that I really like doing, but it's like, first episode of this thing has like 13,000 views now. Like, that's not nothing. Like, people have watched Longdeath. It's funny, like, actually, I can show you. If I go to YouTube, this might be bright for those of you who don't like white backgrounds, just a warning. But if I go to YouTube and I go to analytics, and I think it's audience. Although I think that YouTube is sexist, and apparently, according to this, 98.3% of my audience is male. I don't actually think that that's accurate. I think it's closer to like 80%, but where's the actual... Is it under engagement? I found this thing before that actually says... what my most viewed playlists are. I'm trying to find that number because it's kind of crazy looking at it versus my other playlists. Looks like the humans are here to trade. Where is it? No, revenue doesn't matter. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, every month I get approximately, on average, every month I get about 15 to 20,000 impressions on the Longdeath playlist, or a video that is in the Longdeath playlist. So my DF news stuff, I only get about 6 to 8,000 per month. So on average, every month, more people see Longdeath videos just in YouTube recommended than they do the news videos, even though the news videos get more views overall. So a lot of people do actually watch the Longdeath stuff. Well, I mean, according to YouTube, 98.9% of my audience is male, and just based on like Twitch averages alone, I know that that's not accurate. Just from talking to people. Which leads me to assume that YouTube is sexist. I'm just gonna sell everything that's in this pile that isn't made of wood. Or that isn't wood, rather. So I need to keep those logs. Put it up to 3x speed and just let it sit. Probably 300 hours, I would guess. Maybe 200 hours to watch every single one of my VODs. Here comes the Royal Treasurer. Still carrying that musical instrument that I made, that they took home. I'm basically considering it a gift now. Although it's kind of funny because I guess in Legends it would describe this human as stealing that musical instrument he's carrying every single time. Look at all those emus running away in fear. It's very accurate. Those things, PP. How goes moving prep? What's up, my dude? I have a almost empty jar of tea. I have a headache. Not feeling incredible today, but it's okay. I've kind of overworked myself this week, so. And Genna Vasikar. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The well is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as always. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship and the export agreement. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Went to a funeral today? Oh, fuck, man. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Sucks. I just hope it wasn't pandemic related. It's been a while since I went to a funeral. Never fun experiences. Although, there was a funeral once that I didn't attend, that my mom and dad did. And, in the guy's will, he stated specifically that he wanted everybody to show up wearing flip-flops and orange t-shirts. And according to my mom and dad, nobody had flip-flops on, but almost everybody in there had orange t-shirts, and they had extra orange t-shirts at the door and made people put on orange t-shirts if they were wearing like formal clothing. I like to think that if I ever get to a point in my life where I would actually write something like that to my will, I would definitely make people show up like barefoot for my funeral. It's like, yeah, no shoes allowed. Only socks or something. Yeah, that was Monday. We raised some money for charity. Still open if you want to throw money into the bucket. Oh, someone else did. From Lump, who said, oops, I'm 1 day late. It's all good. The biggest donation was from my mom. Because, you know, my mom. Yeah, $1,120 in like 6 hours. And you know what? Frankly, this is pretty good. 6 hours? That's like $200 an hour for charity. Almost. Slightly under that. Shout out to my mom. Yeah, shout outs to my mom. And my dad. My mom had to wait for my dad to come home to show her how to sign into the PayPal account, but they got it done. Let's go grab us crafts. For the other humans. Whoa! Vilker! Thank you much. Welcome back.
Cripplerk.
For the second month. Cheers. I hope you've been well. What kind of tea is that? This is white tea. It's kind of got that urine color to it. I'm kind of surprised if no one's asked me if I'm drinking like a jar of pee, but... It's Silver Needle white tea. That's the last of what I had. I'll show you what it looks like in actual pictures. That's Silver Needle. Looks like that. It's Chinese tea. Comes out in a very light color. If it will actually load. There it is. Comes out in a very light color. It's very, very, very high in caffeine. But very, very, very tasty. So, yeah. That's what I'm drinking. Bear Grylls has entered the chat? Oh, drinking jars of pee? Did Bear Grylls ever drink his own pee? I don't know. I haven't seen too much of that show, I'll be honest. You know, every now and again I find myself in a random Discord and realize that, oh, I could just download the game through this Discord. So there's a game that I'm sort of halfway keeping an eye on, which is this. Hold on, let me grab you a link. Which is a ways off. It's this. This thing. It's called Relic Space. It's pitched as a hex-based traditional roguelike. By Fourhold Games, who made Xenomarine. And I just realized I could just download the alpha for this through their Discord via WeTransfer link. Anyway, here's a link to the video game. Maybe if you're interested, go join their Discord. But it looks neat. Looks kind of neat. I don't know. We need more spacey roguelikes, so. Might end up being a bit too far out for me. Peed in the snake to drink it later. Peed in the snake to drink it later. Yeah, sure. That sounds like something Bear Girls would say. I've got a bunch of dwarves that should just be extremely depressed, that have never tantrumed, that are just like operating as normal. It's like you guys are high-functioning idiots or like crazy people. It's like they're all just like one branch away from snapping forever. Think I'm going to become the patron saint of roguelikes? How so? I mean, I can't afford to patronize many things. I think I would actually need to know how to play NetHack to do that, though. Turn my right hand into a mummified relic hundreds of years. Wait, what? Why? What would that do? Aside from show that I probably have early onset, like, arthritis and various levels of repetitive strain injury. What exactly would mummifying my hand do? Why does that make me into a patron saint? I mayhaps have missed some detail here about being a patron saint. They do that. They do that stuff for Catholic saints, really? So I was raised Christian, and apparently got something stuck in my throat. I was raised Christian, but not Catholic. I was raised very Lutheran. I don't know shit about any of the Catholic stuff. So all of that, whenever I read about it, is just like, I'm sorry, they do what? Fucking cults, man. It's literally like all that my brain says to me. It's just like, I'm sorry, they do what now? And then, I'm sorry, they did what now? Please explain why they did that now. So they mummify hands of saints in Catholicism. It's crazy on top of crazy. I just, like, to give you an idea on how, like, modern the church I went to growing up was, I remember my pastor getting in trouble from some of the older church members for going behind the church's back and wedding gay and lesbian couples in their homes. In like 2008, 2009, there was some controversy in the church for that. So like that's kind of the. And then when that happened, he was just like meh, and then started just having the services in the church. So that was the church I went to. I was raised as Christian. Coughing up blood. Satan explodes from chest. I'm kind of shocked nobody's clipped that yet, actually. And do a sermon of any kind? That could be fun. A well-written sermon is like poetry. It's a skill. I would say. It's a skill. You know, I'm really, really happy that Hell Architect is finally out. You know why, chat? You probably don't know why, but I'll just tell you. The reason I'm super happy that Hell Architect, the video game, is now out on Steam is because now hopefully they'll stop sending me fucking emails about Hell Architect coming out soon. If I dug into my email, I probably have like dozens of keys for that game. Maybe more. Like, I have more keys for that game than I know what to do with. And I have no interest in playing it. Oh, is that what those emotes are? Mecha St. Paul and Apostles? You'll take one? I could go digging. Do you actually want one? Because I could probably find one for you in a couple minutes. It's literally just like less good, oxygen not included, plus like weird nudity. And like cartoon characters. It's nah. 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 No thanks. I'm good. Quite literally. No thanks, I'm good. Does Jupiter Hell have 666 reviews yet? I haven't looked in a while. 663 reviews. Come on, boys. You saw a Let's Play of it too? Meh. Yeah, exactly. So, chat, if you own Jupiter Hell and you haven't reviewed it yet, it has 663 reviews. Let's try and get it up to 666 reviews. I want to get a screenshot of it. It's 666 reviews. So I'm literally just like waiting and hoping that it moves up. Can I just say that I really wish that my knowledge of Catholicism could have just begun and ended with National Treasure. I wish that all of my knowledge of Catholicism could just end with National Treasure. It's like that whole sequence at the end when they're in the basement of the church and they're just like... Anyway, I need to rewatch National Treasure. That movie's good. That movie's a gem. Absolute gem. I could have taken like 5 different sponsorships to play it over the last 2 years. Be like, and I turned them all down. It's a lot of items we're bringing to the trade depot. Peter, when you're done drinking, I need you to come back down here. At least you don't have too far to go. Just up to here and then drink. Then back down, put the glass, the cup away. Then we can trade again. Hopefully, because that's a lot of crafts that we're bringing. I'd really like to just, you know, properly get rid of those. Then we can work on the tunnel a little bit more. Also, chat, I'm just going to be honest with you. I do have a headache today. I'm going to skip on Cogmine today because I don't think I have the capacity to think that hard. But there will be Cogmine tomorrow night. That I can confirm. We'll do Longdeath tomorrow morning and then Cogmine in the evening tomorrow. So probably around this time tomorrow, I'll be playing Cogmine. Just because that game is a lot of squinting at small text and trying to read things. and I'm not going to have the most patience. And most of those runs seem to be about 2 hours if they get going, so... Betrayal? I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Another run went up on YouTube today of me finding Zion. So, there's a run on YouTube of me finding Zion. Although, I will say, from the little bits that I've played over the past few days, I think I'm going to try and get that game just into the regular rotation. Similar to Caves of Cud, where like once every 2 months I'll just play a week of it. Which means it's been upgraded. Unlike basically every other roguelike I've done for the Patreon picks. That one's just gonna stay in the rotation. It's good. I like it. I just wish the text was bigger. I wish the text was like big enough that I didn't have to squint. You know what I should actually do? I should like scale the resolution down to the smallest possible resolution, then downscale my monitor. That might actually make reading it easier. That might actually make reading it easier. Whatever. Besides, Prozoc, you're getting a quality live stream of Dwarf Fortress. So it's not a total loss. But, chat, how about we go happy middle ground? And instead we do a run of Broke. How does that sound? I need to use the restroom and get some food. But I'm going to use the restroom, get some food, and then we're going to do a run or two of Broke. And then we'll get started. I expelled your dwarf. I got tired of dealing with your dwarf. We're into tar. So I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to go stab myself with a needle and eat some toast. And then we will do a run of Brogue, and then we'll call it for the night. BRB. Hello, Raiders. Is today the International Day of Raiding Blind IRL? It seems like that. Welcome to the stream, Silver Tree. It's been a while. Hope you've been well. I was just getting my foodstuffs. It's that time of day. How's it going? I just solved the mystery. I've been here. There's been a lot of like weird sounds coming from outside today, like really strange sounds, like little kids making weird sounds. And I was trying to figure out why there was so many children outside making weird sounds. And while I was eating my sandwich, they all started singing "Happy Birthday." So it's somebody's birthday, I think. And because of that, there's a lot of children outside, and it's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of annoying. I wish they'd go away, but at least they're outside by the playground and doing a birthday party thing, and not like, you know. And so, you know, it's just happy birthday to someone, I guess. Also, that's a really good combo. Lake Bear. I like that a lot. We're about to switch games, but this is Longdeath. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in game. The current year is 293 late summer, meaning the fortress is 288 years old. No, 287 years old. 287 and a half years old. The whole fortress is very mundane. It's a lot of like grinding everyday stuff out. We are building a very large magma tower out of this, inside of this green glass all the way down through into the center of the earth, which currently goes all the way down to about here. We need to dig it down to here. So we're almost down as far as we need to be, which is very good. I'm very excited about this. Yeah, we're going to swap over to Brogue and do a run of Brogue in a minute, because I want to play some Brogue. And I need a roguelike that like doesn't require me to squint, because I have a bit of a headache today. So, what was the thing that the king wanted? Ballista arrows. Let's also make some more tables. It's your birthday now. Well, happy birthday. Maybe those kids were actually just singing happy birthday to Lake Bear, and Lake Bear's just outside of my apartment, and I didn't know that. That would be kind of terrifying. One of the weirder things I've ever had happen was I was in just a random Twitch chat, right? And they mentioned something. It was like a thunderclap. I was like, I just heard a thunderclap. And we're like, oh, what part of the world are you in? I was like, Vancouver, BC. And they sent me a DM, and they were like, what part of Vancouver, BC? Turns out they were like literally like a few blocks from me. This is one of the weirdest things that's ever happened. Never actually met up with the person or anything, but it was very much a like, oh. Hold on, let me find the Arrogant Worms happy birthday song. I can't play this on stream though, because they'll copyright strike me, those bastards. It's like happy birthday, we sing the same old stupid song every year. Canadian comedy band. Their official birthday song. I'll be hearing pebbles knocking my window next. Oh my god. How'd you know I had a window? Probably because I talk about it. And I think I've posted pictures of it. Although I've posted enough pictures of my porch in my years on Twitch that people could probably figure out where in the building I am if they knew which building I was in. Also, Silvertree, can I ask, what were you streaming today? And how was your stream? I feel like I'm being really rude because you did raid me. And I'm kind of just is halfway ignoring it. And I should probably give you a shout out. Because none of my mods did that. There you go. But what were you playing today? You were just chatting? Oh, I gotcha. Sometimes you just gotta hang out and talk. What was this just chatting about, if I can ask? Can I just say, I'm so happy that they changed that directory to just chatting instead of IRL. It's so nice not being asked if I'm an IRL streamer. Are you an IRL streamer? No. People used to always ask me that at TwitchCon. And I was like, no, this name predates the directory. I outlived the directory. I was here for the birth and the death of just chatting. Well, IRL, I guess. A lot about old FPS games. Gotcha. Gotcha. A lot of boomer shooters, if that's what we're calling them now, getting announced recently, especially with the 3D Realms event that happened. Although one of the games that got announced at that event is published by the same people that published Jupiter Hell. It's called Skullstone. It's a first-person dungeon crawler. You know, kind of like a Legend of Grimrock. But because of the name, I think I may need to play this game. I might need to play this. Because I've been, like, wanting to play some first-person dungeon crawlers recently. Maybe we should play some of that at some point. When it comes out, obviously. But, yeah, I think we'll finish this layer of the tube. And then I think we'll jump over to Brogue. We'll play some Brogue for a bit. I just have hiccups now. That one you messed up, unfortunately, Lake Bear. Well, I mean, I think the term boomer shooter is like, you can thank people who play all of the New Blood games for that term. That's kind of where I've seen it pop up, is in New Blood games. So they're the people who, you know, publish Dusk and all that stuff. I've seen people start referring to the games that they publish as boomer shooters. Because, like, you know, New Blood is like Ultra Kill, which is currently selling a bazillion copies, which is this, you know. It's a boomer shooter. You look at it, you go, yep, that's a boomer shooter. You jump over to New Blood, and it's like, well, they got Dusk. They got a Medieval. I don't even know what this is. Kyle is famous. No idea. And then they got Ultra Kill, but, you know, because of these guys, now you've got a lot of other publishers that are doing similar-ish things. I mean, you got games like Proteus. Like, this is also kind of a boomer shooter, you know? It's like, you look at this and you're like, yep, that's Doom. Yeah, like, you know what that is when you see it, right? It's like, oh, yep, it's Quake Doom. It's a boomer shooter. I personally hate the term, but kind of... Sorry, I just realized something. Proteus is getting co-op. Yo. That's really cool, actually. Proteus is getting co-op. I'm very excited about that, actually. That is really cool. That's not an announcement I thought I would be excited about if I heard it, but that's actually something I'm pretty keen about. I wonder what that co-op's going to be. I wonder if it's just like wave defense or if you can just play the campaign and co-op. Anyway. But now we just simply wait. Now we simply wait for these dwarves to drop these blocks off. Only got a few more left to do. I'm just like pointing up. You keep forgetting the space between the Crypt Happy and the point. You gotta put an extra space in there. So can I just say that my bot, if it doesn't know what an emote is, and it takes it a couple weeks to figure out what emotes are, but if my bot doesn't recognize an emote, it just puts whatever in. This is what it thinks Crypt Happy is like epic smiley stoned with a fucking like Santa hat on. That's just very funny to me. Because that's very much wrong. But also really funny. It's like just the red eyes version of like you keep like messing them up though, Lake Bear. Sometimes you see stuff and you think, wow, these idiots who say DF isn't good with frame rates are fools. Wait, what are you finding out exactly? Stone, I apologize. It is, I know you're trying. I love those combos, though. They are great. You just got to get the Crypt Happy right. Or the Crypt Beer in the last case. And the finger pointing up is very funny. When it works. Silver Tree, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Thank you. You have a good night, Diamond. Go get some sleep. You probably need it. It's pretty late where you're at. Yeah, I'm really curious as to what you're talking about, Stone. Like, what are you seeing that's making you think that people who play DF are fools? Also, Stone, you're in luck. What happened to the council? They keep bringing large animals is what happened. But they did bring us 10 fly eye core, so at least that hasn't changed. Man, that dwarf with wine is whining a bunch. Oh, their frame rate is bad, people? Well, I mean, yeah, same thing, but... So wait, are they then... Hold up. Should I open up the Discord and go look? Or are they just like, man, I hope that Tarn fixes the game before release kind of people? Because that sucks. Also, Silver Tree, have you played Jupiter Hell? I don't know if you like traditional roguelikes, but if you like the old school shooter kind of attitude, that game's got that in spades. Jupiter Hell is the name of the game. Everyone's actually impressed with DF's sturdiness. Oh. Hold on, let me take a peek. Oh, that is a lot of food. Holy shit. Might be too much in retrospect. No kidding. Sheesh. I mean, I could potentially hook you up with a key for streaming purposes, Silvertree. Oh my god, yeah, I'm not going to be able to read that chat. Stone, do you want me to screenshot this, or do you want to, or do you have this? Because if you want me to screenshot it, I can do that. There you go, you got it to work, Lake Bear. Huzzah, success. You have it, cool. The horse is the source of food, of course. That almost rhymes. Horse source food course. Let me see what I can do. Hold up. See how many I have lying around. Silvertree, join my Discord and send me a DM. Randomly, my Dwarf Fortress 2020 recap video just suddenly started getting a bunch of views. I wonder why. The YouTube algorithm just decided to make it get views. Darren, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I hope your dwarf lives long, because your dwarf is getting old, and I'm going to be really sad when your dwarf dies, because your dwarf's been around for so long. Where's the other human at? Carrying a cage. So is it an empty cage, or is there like like a horse in the cage? It's like Dwarf Fortress logic. Bringing a tame horse is a gift. You put it in a cage and put it on a donkey, and put the cage on a donkey, and then walk the donkey to the place where you're giving it as a gift, instead of, like, you know, just chaining them up and walking them there. Roast fin, roadie rat. Yes. Roast fin, roadie rat. Ratty rat? Ratty a rat. Ratty a rat. Ratty a rat? Okay, never mind. That doesn't roll off the tongue as well as I thought it did when I initially read that. Third party. Open up, it's the FBI. We're breaking in. Those are the dwarves that sealed themselves off in the tavern wine cellar, obviously. I think just making more dwarf emotes was a really good idea. Wow. Just wow. Whoa, dude. Because I send you a key for a video game doesn't mean you need to gift subs. Thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subscriptions to the community. Cheers. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Silvertree for the raid and gifting subs? Bloody Baldness. Blood is that human's name is Bloody Baldness Kindle Drill. Bloody Baldness Kindle Drill. Are they bald? I mean, maybe their mom is. His hair is extremely long. Or no, her hair is extremely long. She. Bloody Baldness is her name. Yeah, I mean, her hair's tan, and it's extremely long. And her name is Bloody Baldness. She's neither bloody nor, oh, her name is Baldness. Oh, okay. Her name is Baldness. What a bad name. Although to be fair, the in the human language, Roastfen sounds like a good name. Like Roastfen sounds like something that someone would name their D&D character. You know, Roastfen. I'm Roastfen, the merchant of, I don't know, the Confederacy of Sport. Goodbye. There they go. Off the map. All right, chat. That is a little over a year and a half. And Free the Second is running around crazy again. It's okay, he'll snap out of it. But we are going to call it for DF on the day. Cheers, and enjoy your foods. We're going to call it on DF for the day. I'm going to go do a run or two of Brogue, just because I feel like playing some Brogue. So we're going to do that. We're going to put Longdeath to bed for now, and we're going to go do a run or two of Brogue. Tomorrow night we'll do Cogmind. I've been feeling like Cogmind a little bit, but issue that I have with Cogmind is it's a lot of squinting at very small text. So as much as I have been enjoying that game, you know what? Maybe. Now I'm just thinking about it. Maybe I do just want to play Cogmind. Tough choice. Do I think I can handle squinting at tiny text? Yeah, no. Let's just go play Brogue. Let's go play a run or two of Brogue. I'm going to use my noise generator, but I'm going to use a different noise generator than the one we're using. Lead Cage was a 200. It's a protest. They're protesting their dwarven prison. Children outside are being loud. I hope they're not picking up on the microphone. Yeah, well, it's a little too big. Thunk. Brogue! It's Brogue. Now. Building my dungeon sounds generator real quick. I don't want the water drops though. There we go. Ambient sounds. It's been a while since I played Brogue. Is anybody here unfamiliar with Brogue at all? Because if you are unfamiliar with Brogue, please say so now and I will do a walkthrough. Otherwise, I will probably play a little quicker. Although I should probably play a little slower anyways because it's been a bit. I'm gonna, you know, start this off by saying I'm not very good at Brogue. Time to kill some monkeys, probably. I'm not very good at Brogue. I've never beaten Brogue. We'll see when we see like bear cheers. I'm not very good at Brogue. I've never actually beaten Brogue, but we're gonna play some Brogue. We're gonna see how far into Brogue we can get. Brogue is an ASCII game, as you can obviously tell. This is the final developer release version. You don't actually need to kill things. You just need to